Good afternoon. Oh, hold on a second here. Are we live yet? Give me a moment here. Let's see. Let's see if people can see me. I think people can see me. Okay, we're good. Sorry. I was getting a message on my computer saying we weren't live, but I think we are live. Okay, we're live. All right, so in case you have not heard, there are reports, many reports that the U.S. Consulate in Dubai is on fire. You can see here, what I have to do is I actually have to link to my X account. Let me pin my X account in the chat so people can see that as I am posting videos and all that stuff and photos on my X account. So I'm posting that there. I'm going to pin it on YouTube here. And if, hold on, let's see. Should be pinned to YouTube. I've already posted a couple things about it on my X account. Hang on, just getting started here. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for pinning it, mods, on Facebook and Twitch as well. So you can see here, if you want to see the video, you can go to BNO News Live, who I repost, but that's just a screen grab, but you can see they have a video of it, but there's a screen grab there from somewhere on the internet, I don't where, supposedly of the U.S. Consulate on fire in Dubai. Again, if you want to see the video, you can go to BNO News at BNO Desk, or you can go to my X account there. They also just posted a video, BNO News, that appears to show the moment the drone hits the consulate, which you can also see at their site. And just to show you a screen grab of that, right? Oh, hold on. You can see right there, see that screen grab with the smoke coming over the building? So I have reposted that as well. If you want to go to BNO News Live at BNO Desk or my X account, which is linked in the chat, you can see the full video, but gives you a sense of what's going on there. So I'm trying to get, Fox News also reported this. Jen Griffin of Fox News is reporting that U.S. Consulate in Dubai hit by Iranian drone and is now on fire. Okay, so that's via Wyatt Dobrovich at Fox. So a bunch of updates to give you, keeping an eye on that. I don't have a live shot of that. I'll throw up the Tel Aviv feed on this, on the screen for the moment. But a reminder also, the Israeli government is telling the media they are not allowed to show the skyline during missile alerts. So during missile alerts, they will be cutting away or pointing the camera down or something like that. That's what they've been doing, and that's what they're going to do. Let's try to get you some more updates here on what is going on in Dubai. There's other updates to give you as well. But let me try and just take a look and see what I can find for you. I just need a second to kind of get organized here. Put a little volume on for you here. That's loud. I'm going to turn that off because it's kind of noisy. It's noisy on that shot there. Again, reportedly, the U.S. Consulate in Dubai has been hit by an Iranian drone and is burning. Oh, I have an update here. I have an update. Let me make sure I can confirm this for you. I saw an update about another report claiming that there was no injuries Yes, here it is. The Dubai, according to Reuters, Phil Stewart, the Dubai media office says authorities put down limited fire, they say, in vicinity of U.S. consulate in Dubai due to drone strike. No injuries reported. That's from the Dubai media office. Now, the video suggests it was a significant fire. Oh, I have it right here. You know what? I missed that. They had already posted about it. All right, here it is. Here is the post from the Dubai media office, right here. Look at this. Sorry, it took a second to find this. Dubai authorities have confirmed a fire resulting from a drone-related incident near the U.S. consulate has been successfully contained. Emergency teams responded immediately. No injuries have been reported. I need about 10 seconds. Give me about 10 seconds, okay? Give me about 10 seconds. Let me just also update the headline. They say the fire has been contained. That doesn't mean it's out. They say contained. All right, hold on a moment, one moment here. Give me about, I need about 10 seconds. So again, Dubai is saying, that's a government media account, that a fire resulting from, they say, a drone-related incident. Other reports say a drone hit the consulate. They say near the U.S. consulate. Other reports say hit the U.S. consulate. They say it has been successfully contained. That post doesn't say limited fire. Emergency teams responded immediately. No injuries have been reported. Good news, no injuries reported. Okay, now what we need to do is, I also wanted to mention something that President Trump posted, if I can get it here. Hold on. One moment here. One moment. President Trump said, he posted about insuring ships. Look at this. One moment. Okay, got that. I just need to pull something up so I can see it here. If you bear with me. There's Tel Aviv. One moment. We should be good. Hope this works. Fantastic. That's good. I can see that now. Here is what President Trump said. Check this out from President Trump about a half hour ago. Effective immediately, I have ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantees for the financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy traveling through the Gulf. This will be available to all shipping lines. If necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. The United States' economic and military might is the greatest on earth. More actions to come. So the Strait of Hormuz is a very important waterway off the coast of Iran, I think about 20 miles across at its widest point, where 20% of the world's oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz. And basically, tankers have stopped using the Strait of Hormuz the last couple days because Iran has been attacking ships in the area and off its coast. Iran has said that they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And I know Bloomberg reported today that yesterday no tankers went through it. I saw a report today from Bloomberg's, who was it who posted it? Bloomberg's Michael McDonough, who said west to east crossings, west to east crossings. That's going out of the strait. So that would be ships bringing stuff like oil out to the rest of the world. Michael McDonough of Bloomberg reported that there were no west to east crossings yesterday of the Strait of Hormuz on March 2nd, none. And normally they would be 25 to 35 per day. So President Trump is trying to encourage ships to go through, saying that the United States government, it sounds like, will subsidize insurance because with all of the with the attacks by Iran going on in the area, the danger to ships, insurance could become either prohibitively high for ships, or just the insurers won't offer insurance to ships going through that area. So the United States government apparently is going to subsidize insurance, and also, if necessary, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the strait. Now, one of our viewers says, doesn't he need Congress to spend money to do that? That I don't know. It's a good question. That I do not know. Because it would cost money. But make no mistake, that's what's happening. Now, you might say, well, isn't the U.S. just going to collect the insurance money? Well, the problem is, though, remember, if no ships get attacked, then if nothing happens to the ships, then the U.S. collects insurance premiums. But the problem is, if ships get attacked, then the U.S. would be on the hook to pay out the money. And remember, and presumably, if the U.S. is offering a lower rate than insurance companies, then basically the insurance companies are going to offer premiums at a rate where they think they're not going to lose money. So if you're offering insurance at a way lower rate than the insurance companies are, there might be a decent chance that you would end up losing money because there would be attacks on ships that you would have to pay for because you're the insurer. Now, one of our viewers says, still cheaper than having no oil supplies. Yeah, that's the thinking. The thinking is that I'm guessing the thinking in the Trump administration from President Trump is it's worth it to do this because the cost of having nothing going through the strait is too high in itself. But that he just posted that 36 minutes ago. Now also, Sterling says shipping is no good if the refineries are closed. So one question I have, I don't know if this would solve the problem. I don't know if international or domestic ships are willing to do this. There might be technical hiccups. I don't know if this can be implemented right away and how that works. But I don't know if a ship that would normally go through and is not going through right now, for some reason, the owners of the ship or the managers of the ship might not be willing to do it this way. Again, this is a technical, specialized issue, and I don't know. But I can't guarantee you that the ships are all going to say, oh, this is fine, let's just start going through there again. Right? So, so we'll keep an eye on that. I'll try to get you some more reporting on that. Also, the U.S. government is making plans to help U.S. citizens evacuate the Middle East. You can see right here a couple things here. Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary, posted today a couple hours ago, the United States State Department is actively working on plans to help Americans in the Middle East return home. If you are a U.S. citizen in the region, please register at step.state.gov. They are working on plans to help Americans in the Middle East return home. So, if you remember, the U.S. has told people in a number of Middle Eastern countries to get out. Just yesterday, if I can find this announcement here from the State Department, right here. This is from yesterday. The State Department said, Secretary of State Rubio urges Americans to depart now from the countries below using available commercial transportation. So there's no government-provided transportation due to the serious safety risks. Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, the UAE, and Yemen. Depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. So via commercial means, that implies there's no government way to do it currently. And then Mike Huckabee, who is the ambassador to Israel, he posted earlier this morning. Well, actually, the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem posted too. So this was 1:37 a.m. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem is not in a position at this time to evacuate or directly assist Americans in departing Israel. So if you're an American in Israel right now, the U.S. Embassy is not in a position to evacuate you or even directly assist you. And it says here, the Israel Ministry of Tourism has begun operating shuttles to the Taba border crossing. I think that's Egypt. Where is it here? Mike? Yes. So here is what Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, posted early this morning. Well, actually, 11:59 p.m. last night. He said, for Americans who are currently in Israel, I want to share this thorough but long update. I'm not going to read the whole thing. On options for departing, there are very limited options. As of now, the best is utilizing Israel's Ministry of Tourism shuttle bus to Taba, Egypt, and getting flights from there or going on to Cairo for flights back to the U.S. Okay? So again, the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem telling Americans in Israel that they are not in a position to evacuate them or even directly assist them at this time. And that, so again, it's not just we can't evacuate you. It literally says we cannot directly assist you at this time. Okay, so President Trump spoke about that today. By the way, CNN also reports now that the U.S. consulate in Dubai is on fire after being struck by a suspected Iranian drone. The government of Dubai said that there was a drone-related incident near the U.S. consulate, and a fire has been successfully contained. And they also said there are no injuries. Now, I'm going to try to show you, if I can. Trump spoke today. He took some questions. I should be able to show that to you, but what I need to do is try to pull it up here and get you other updates. Yes, I have it right here. I have to find where he took the questions, though. I'll play it a little later. It'll take me a little while to go through and get the questions that he said. So, give me a moment. Oh, is Rubio speaking right now? Wait a second. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. What's happening? Wait. Hold on. What am I looking at? I see Rubio talking in Washington. Please give me a moment. I'll pull it up here for you. I guess it's like after he was briefing the Senate, I guess. All right, hold on. It's not like he's not like making a speech or something. I'm pulling it up for you guys right now. Sorry for the delay. Maybe I'll be able to replay some of it after. Oh, I probably will be able to replay some of it after. Here is Marco Rubio talking right now from Washington, D.C. I'm putting it on the screen hopefully right now. I hope. Where is it? Here he is. This is in D.C. Anyways, let me just get it on the screen for you. There, we need volume. We need volume.
In 48 hours, the way the law requires. I'm here today to have, I don't know, my 6th or 7th briefing before the entirety of the House and Senate, which is far more than I ever got from any administration in the time that I was here, certainly when I was a member of the Gang of Eight. And so we've over-complied with the law and what it requires. This is an action by the president to address a real threat. A real threat. This is hostilities designed to eliminate a threat to the safety and the security of the United States and to our allies.
But Mr. Secretary, can I get that straight? Can I repeat, Mr. Secretary?
Was there a plan in place to evacuate Americans before the attack took place?
Well, that's the plan we're trying to carry out. The problem is, or the challenge we are facing, is airspace closures. If a country closes their airport, for example, in some cases the airports have been hit. So the airport in Kuwait was hit. So if an airport's been attacked or the airspace is closed, then we can have the planes lined up to go, but we can't get them to land because we don't have the permissions to land there. So that's the challenge. But rest assured, we are confident that we are going to be able to assist every American. As I told you right now, we have about a little over 1,500, maybe closer to 1,600 Americans requesting assistance. And we know that we're going to be able to help them. It's going to take a little time because we don't control the airspace closures. That said, there may be more people out there that need help. We need to know who you are. So please, I'm asking the media, publicize the phone numbers and the website because we need people to call in so we have their name, we have their contact information, we have their location and their request. So as these opportunities begin to open up, we can act very quickly to reach them and get them out of harm's way.
Mr. Secretary, I want to just clarify what you said. Because you said
there's nothing to clarify.
Well, but you said I would.
No, but you have to read, if you're going to read the whole statement.
But your quote is about we knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that would precipitate an attack.
Yeah, no, I understand. But listen,
forces.
all right, but let me understand.
And that's what.
That's but I had a very specific question from that gentleman.
And the president said, the president said that.
Hold on one second. I asked
he may have forced Israelis.
Okay, but let me answer because this is my press conference.
Sure.
Okay. You asked me, I was asked a very specific question, so you guys can misrepresent it, but I was asked a very specific question yesterday. The bottom line is this. The president determined we were not going to get hit first. It's that simple, guys. We are not going to put Americans' troops in harm's way. If you tell the president of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the president's going to go first. That's what he did. That's what the president will always do. He will always put the safety and security of our men and women in uniform and of all Americans before anything else. He's always going to do that, and that's what he did here. In addition to that, I would argue that this threat from Iran, they are hiding behind these missiles and hiding behind these drones. They wanted to reach a point where you couldn't touch them, and then they could do whatever the hell they wanted with their nuclear program. And there was no way in the world that this terroristic regime was going to get nuclear weapons, not under Donald Trump's watch.
So the U.S. attack had nothing to do with Israel. It had nothing to do with Israel.
This operation, there's a general question of why the president gave the green light, and then there's a question of why did it have to happen this week? Are you saying it had to happen this weekend because of that Israeli action?
No, this weekend presented a unique opportunity to take joint action against this threat. And we wanted this to have maximum success. We want this operation to be successful at achieving its objectives. I'll repeat the objectives. The president laid them out yesterday. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have, and therefore it cannot have the things it was hiding behind to have a nuclear weapons program. What are those things? Number one, we are going to destroy their missiles and their missile launchers. We are going to destroy their capability to make these missiles and these launchers. And we are going to destroy their Navy. Those are the objectives. And this weekend, acting at this time, gave us the highest probability of success in achieving those objectives. And as the Department of War will brief you, we are on or ahead of schedule to do that.
So the U.S. attack would have happened no matter what? Would the U.S. attack have happened no matter what Israel is planning to do?
The House said Israel was going to act.
The president had already made a decision to act on the timing. The president acted on the timing that gave us the highest chance of success. And that's what you're seeing play out right now. You're seeing it play out right now, and you'll see it in the days to come. We will systematically take apart their missile program. We will destroy their ability to sponsor terrorism, by the way. We will destroy their factories. We will destroy their Navy. Those objectives are going to be met. We're well on our way to meeting them. It will not be easy. There will be a price to pay for it, but that is a much lower price to pay than having a nuclear-armed Iran. I got to go.
And that had nothing to do with Israel.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
How heavily is the administration leaning into the 2001
What now?
How heavily is the administration?
Well, that's not our notification to Congress. Our notification, listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English. Okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their Navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision. It was the right decision, and the world will be a safer place when these radical clerics no longer have access to these weapons. See how they're using them now. Imagine how they would use them a year from now if they had more of these. All right, I got time for one more.
Didn't the U.S. decapitate these?
Several Democrats criticized what you said.
Yeah, of course they could have. The question is, several Democrats criticize. They're going to always criticize. We've been doing this for years, guys. They come out. I'll tell you right now, they're going to come out after the briefing and say, we didn't hear anything. We have more questions than answers. You mark my words. But we still do these briefings. Go ahead.
So,
Mr. Secretary.
their criticism was on the timeline. They said that Israel is dictating the timeline for the United States.
No, the president.
As you know, several people on the right have also agreed with that. How would you respond to
Well, the United States made a decision. Under the President of the United States made a decision. This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world. The President said this is the weakest they've ever been. If we don't hit them now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, no one will be able to touch them, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. And he made a decision to go. And he made a decision to go in a joint operation because it gave us the highest chance of success, and he made a decision to go first because he concluded that we were not going to get hit first. We were not going to absorb a blow from them. We were going to go first. He was not going to run the risk that they could attack us before we could hit them, because in addition to costing lives, it would undermine the effectiveness of our operation. All right, guys, I got to go. Thank you.
Trump tried to dissuade Prime Minister Netanyahu from...
We heard from Marco Rubio.
Thank you. I have
Oh,
to be
Chuck
quick.
Schumer. Here is
Look.
Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer.
America, the American people do not want an endless war. The administration doesn't seem to know what it's doing. Every hour there's a different rationale as to why we're doing this. And America wants this president to pay attention to the problems at home, not the problems overseas, particularly when no one has any idea of what the real rationale is. It changes every hour.
Well, there was Chuck Schumer. I'm going to try to, if I can, I'm going to try to replay you the beginning of what Rubio said.
Where's Al?
I'll have to wait a second to do that.
Hi. You did an amazing job.
Get that card.
Hey,
can you hold on my spot?
yeah, can you get the camera? Take the microphone. We need it for your live shot. You need that for your live shot.
I do.
Yeah.
Back and forth, but I'll text Frank and ask him. Go right back. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. This is obviously not. Give me one moment here. I'm going to try to get you the beginning of what Rubio said. So Rubio and Pete, and in the press conference yesterday, I think it was Secretary Hegseth, it's like the what we're hearing now from the Trump administration is this idea that we didn't want them to have nuclear weapons, and they're hiding the nuclear weapons program behind the regular missiles or the ballistic missiles. So we're going after the ballistic missiles in the Navy so that they can't develop a nuclear weapon. I believe that's the reasoning. Now, I don't know that that was said by President Trump at the start. There's no talk now also. Remember when President Trump came out and did his opening night speech about the attack, he did make a big point of telling the Iranians when the U.S. is done, when the U.S. and Israel are done, the Iranian people should rise up and take over the country because it'll be theirs to take, and this will be maybe their only chance in generations to do this. I don't really hear the Trump administration talking about that right now, for whatever it's worth. Maybe they'll talk about it more later. Let me just do something real quick here. I'm going to try to get you the start of Rubio's presser, though, he just did. I should be able to get you that in a second. Give me one moment. Thanks for your patience here. And you can hear what he has to say. Oh, hold on. There's the time. All right, so what I need to do is I need to try to oh, there's some smoke in Beirut. Let me put the Beirut feed on for you. There is some smoke there. It might be the smoke from this morning, though. But I'll put that on. All right, hang on one moment. Please hang on a moment. Thanks for your patience, folks. Thanks for your patience. Here is the feed from Beirut. There's Beirut, Lebanon. I saw an alert on my phone. Now, what are the alerts? This is a drone alert for northern Israel. Drone alert for northern Israel on the border with Lebanon. You can see right up there, north of Haifa. So I'll let you know what happens with that. That is the so far red alert map. I'm going to put this up here. TZOFAR red alert is the map. So far red alert map. Now, one moment. All right, so what I'm going to do is try to show you the start of Rubio's remarks. Oh, hold on, I got something else. What is this? Hold on. I might... Oh. That's really not anything interesting. I'm going to leave this up for now. Let me try to get you the Rubio remarks. Oh, not available quite yet. Not available quite yet. Soon. Soon. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Now, somebody mentioned that wait 1 second here. Get the volume up here a little bit. Oh, I think there are new evacuation orders. One of our viewers said new evacuation orders. Now those are for southern Lebanon, so that's not for, yes, there are. Israel issued new evacuation warnings in southern Lebanon. So that's not, Beirut is not southern Lebanon. So Israel is doing a multi-day targeting of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, sometimes in Beirut, but the new evacuation order here is for different locations, different buildings in southern Lebanon. So that won't be on the Beirut feed. Okay. Now, there was this whole kind of controversy yesterday over an answer Rubio gave about the timing of the war and why the U.S. was getting into the war, and some people thought that it meant that Israel was determining the timing and the U.S. was doing it because Israel did something. So, oh, hold on a second. Hold on, I have something from Dubai Media Office. Dubai Media Office posted photos of the consulate. Hey guys, look, Dubai Media Office. The fire near the U.S. consulate in Dubai has been fully extinguished with no injuries reported. Dubai authorities reaffirm their commitment to ensuring everyone's safety and security. Multiple outlets said the drone hit the consulate, Iranian drone. So let me show you here. Can you guys see this? Look. There it is. Hold on. Now, there's video showing a sizable fire and smoke. So I don't know. There might be a giant hole somewhere that you're not seeing. But that is a picture of the consulate that Dubai just posted. Dubai hasn't even explicitly said that it was an Iranian drone that hit the consulate. Dubai said it was a drone-related incident near the U.S. consulate. So, again, I don't know that we're getting a full accounting from Dubai, the country, of what happened. Multiple outlets, Fox News, CNN, for example, said it was a drone that hit the consulate and there was a fire there. And then I'm seeing a report of, if you give me a sec here, I don't want to mention that right now. Actually, I've seen a couple reports of an Iranian drone attack in the town of Suleymaniya in Iraqi Kurdistan. But I'll try to look for more on that. Some reports said it was a former United Nations building that got hit there. But I'm not sure. So let me look into that. And also where is... Oh, is there another stakeout here? Wait. Is there another stakeout in Washington, D.C. live? I don't see it there. All right. I'm going to show you now what Marco Rubio said at the start of his appearance. I have it right here. Marco Rubio spoke a few minutes ago. Uh-oh. Oh, hold on. Is there an alert? There's no rocket alert right now. Missiles? There's pre-alerts. Guys, there's no actual alerts on the alert map yet. Okay? Thank you for letting me know. They're not actually on the map yet. So, also, once again, the media outlets, the media agencies are not allowed to show the sky during the alerts. Yes, so thank you for letting me know. The Israeli Defense Forces say that they have detected some missiles launched from Iran, and there are going to be missile alerts soon. So I will pull up the cameras that I have. But again, the media agencies that run these cameras are not allowed to show the skyline during the actual time when the missiles are coming in. Reuters says Israeli authorities have mandated that news organizations may not transmit live video of missile interceptions during attacks. There is Tel Aviv right there. But I literally just read you the announcement from Reuters about the censorship. That's Israel, not. So you might hear the start of sirens, and then the camera points away, or it cuts out. I have a second Tel Aviv camera too, but the same thing's going to happen with that one. But I'll pull it up on the screen anyway. Oops, I have a typo in my... Oops. Did they just cut it? I think Reuters just cut their feed. Look at that. Before the alerts. Did the alerts get popped? Yeah. Further, see what Reuters did? Reuters cut their feed. They cut. So Reuters already cut. They already cut the Tel Aviv stream while the missiles are on the way. There's one. I told you. I told you what was happening. Now, is the AFP feed up or not? Yes, check Al Jazeera Arabic. Al Jazeera Arabic sometimes shows live feeds. Why is that not working? Oh, I have another feed for you. I have the AFP feed. Here it is. This is the AFP feed. You'll see it in a second, but I can pretty much guarantee you this one will also stop broadcasting if there are sirens. Meanwhile, let me pull up so I can see it. I don't even know if this one has audio on it. This one. Maybe not. Jazeera. There is audio on this, but it will cut out if the sirens start going off. Give me 2 seconds here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. I just got to pull something up here so I can see it. Thanks for your patience. Why is that all getting all weird? Okay. Okay, there are alerts right now. There are alerts. Hang on. There are alerts right now. Here is... Hold on. There's Tel Aviv. There's Tel Aviv. Now, the alerts are for Tel Aviv. So what's going to happen, you'll see the sirens will start going off, and then this camera will have to stop broadcasting. Tel Aviv and to the east, there are alerts Tel Aviv and to the east. So this is the Tel Aviv cam, but again, be ready. Be ready. AP can't show it. Here's the sirens. Any second now, the camera will stop broadcasting. Well, you can hear the sirens in Tel Aviv. I don't see any of the news channels showing the sky either. You know, Fox News is not showing the sky. Up, stand by, there you go. See what happened? And there we go. So, Fox News is showing the sky. Fox News is showing the sky on their broadcast. Well, as you can see, AFP and Reuters and AP they either cut their cameras or point them at the ground. CNN is going, they have reporters, but they're going inside. Fox News actually is showing the sky on their shot. Oh, wait, but the camera's like in a hotel or something. So that's interesting that they're doing it. I'm watching show Fox News, yeah. Al Jazeera Arabic is showing, they're actually not really showing the sky, Fox News. Fox News is now pointing at the street. Guys, Fox News pointed their camera down at the street. Trey Yingst is there. They're pointing at the street on Fox News. They're not even showing the sky anymore. Al Jazeera Arabic has a camera on YouTube. Al Jazeera Arabic. There are, again, alerts in Tel Aviv and to the east. So check out Al Jazeera Arabic on YouTube. But Fox News cut away from the sky, and they're now just showing Trey Yingst talking to the camera. So even the news channels, they have cameras there, and they're not allowed to show them. CNN has their camera inside now. Fox News, none of the, MS Now, Fox News, BBC, none of them are showing the sky. All right, let me show you the map. So the warnings have right now. The warnings are there's fewer warnings on the so far red alert map. There's the map right there for you. You can see it there. That is so far red alert. Okay, let me get some updates from Israeli media on what is going on. I'm also keeping an eye on Al Jazeera Arabic. All right, hold on a moment here. I have to fix this thing too. This thing's a little messed up here. This thing here. Let me try to fix this. There, that's better. Okay, so there's no actual alerts on the map right now. Give me a moment. Both of my Tel Aviv feeds are still not working, by the way. So they will start working after the alert is over. So let me check Israeli media and see what they are reporting about whether there are missile strikes in Tel Aviv or around there. I'm looking right now at some different Israeli reports. I haven't seen anything yet in Israeli media. Interceptors, N12 News said there were interceptors. Some of our viewers, I believe, said some of our viewers said that they saw interceptions. Why is Al Jazeera allowed to show it? I don't know what how they function, Al Jazeera, but they have their own cameras and they do what they do. So I don't know what how they work with the Israeli government, but again, the major American news channels do not show it. I have not gotten my Tel Aviv feeds back yet. But again, there were interceptors. Hold on, let me update my headline here. Moments ago, new wave of Iranian missiles reaches Israel. And one moment, I'm waiting for my cams to come back from Israel. Oh, is there a new alert coming? Hold on a moment here. I'm checking on this. I don't know. Wait, let's see. Did Homefront Command post again? I haven't seen them post the last 4 minutes. We'll see if there's more alerts. N12 News, Israel, no reports of casualties. N12 News says no reports of casualties so far from the latest missile barrage minutes ago. That is from N12. One Telegram channel, it's an Israeli news Telegram channel I follow now. I think it's called Now 100. Yediot News. Yediot News says reports of intense explosions in the central region of Israel. Suspicion of a missile fall being investigated. I haven't seen anything from the MDA yet. Residents in central Israel reported the sounds of explosions, so it sounds like there were at least interceptions. I also wanted to let you know, Iran International, which I believe is a news outlet which is opposed to the regime. Iran International is, if I have it right, Iran International is based in the UK. Are they supported by Saudi Arabia? I'm looking this up right now. Iran International is a news outlet that is reportedly linked to Saudi Arabia, says Wikipedia, and they broadcast out of London. They are not fans of the regime, from my experience of following them. They claim that Iran has chosen Ali Khamenei's son, Mojtaba, as the next supreme leader. That's what they claim, under pressure from the Revolutionary Guards. So they claim this. I have not seen that reported anywhere else. So we'll keep an eye out and see if we hear more about that. I still haven't got, I'm going to put a different feed up. I haven't even gotten my Tel Aviv feeds back yet. The Tel Aviv feeds are still cut. Give me one moment, please. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, my Tel Aviv feeds are still not back. So I'm going to go back and put the Beirut feed up just to have it up there. And when I get the Tel Aviv feed back, I'll let you know. And I'm going to also show you what Secretary Rubio had to say a short while ago. Give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, guys, I am aware that there are some other cameras online. For example, like Intel cams. I can only use the cameras that I have the rights to. I am not allowed to just use any camera I find on the internet. Some cameras I cannot use. I don't have the rights to use them, and I cannot get the rights to use them. So I'm sorry, I appreciate people writing in, but I can't just, I'm aware that there are some other sites showing cameras. I can't just steal every camera off the internet and show it on my channel. So I appreciate you writing in. But again, I can only use what I have the rights to. All right, now I'm putting on the screen to have it on. Oh, the Tel Aviv Reuters feed is back. Now that the alert is over, the Tel Aviv Reuters feed is back. Reuters feed is back. I think you're more likely to see something on the Beirut feeds. I'm going to put the Beirut feed back up because I think you're more likely to see something on that than the Tel Aviv feed. Let me do this here. This is Beirut. Okay, let's see here. Let me check up on the latest missile barrage. Check on that. Hold on a moment. The missile event has ended for now. So Israel Home Front Command says the missile event has ended. People can leave their shelters, but they need, well, it says those staying in the protected area can leave. That's what they say. Let's see here. Israel MDA says no casualties from the latest barrage. No casualties. That is from Israel's MDA, no casualties in the latest missile barrage. All right, when I have a second, let me thank our moderators. We have moderating right now Beth Mythical and Ruth. Thank you so much for moderating. They're on YouTube. Thank you. I haven't even had time to take any comments on the year. I've been so busy. And also our Twitch moderators. Thank you so much. Seriro, DeBears, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev are moderating. On Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thanks to our Facebook mods as well. They do. One of our viewers says it's a quick assessment. MDA does quick assessments. They go right out when they hear reports. I'm guessing they have people all over the country. And when they hear reports of missile falls or possible injuries, they go right out to investigate and they post. It's very fast. It's incredible. They post right away whether there have been injuries, whether they're seeing like big damage, and that kind of thing. Thank you to Christy Claff for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you, Christy. And all of our moderators, thank you. Also, a couple other thank yous here. Thank you to Alpinwell for your support, Super Keela, Sarah Burton, Dennis, Lidwine Elizabeth, Erin McCune, Twisted Metal Music, Martin 17Q, Lobster Bobster, Webster, Dottie Rocks, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thanks Jane Jones for the memberships. Matthew Felty, Sherry, Invisible Hawk, John Thomas, thank you, John. John Thomas, One Act CD. Hey, thank you so much, Shahzad Saeed from Pakistan. Hey, thanks, Shahzad. I really appreciate that. Appreciate you watching from Pakistan. Thanks, Shahzad, for your support. Zach Soon, thank you. Watergirl NYC, Lidwine Elizabeth, Kraken SOF, Taco Cat Bravo, EGR VKS, Stephen Bryan is Magna Carta. A couple more here. Carly Manrique, Flower Cat, Shrek the Deck, Neutrals Inc., Snatchin, JT Lawson. Hey, Michelle from South America. Michelle Duchess 2.0, thanks so much. Terry Murphy, Jacob Campbell, Octung, Electrish, and Wonder, and Low Key Valkyrie. Thank you all. Sorry for the, I was delayed in thanking people before because it's been so busy. Also on Twitch, Fishbone, L. Logan, Hot Richard, Nana, Angie Tangi, Meat Missile, John Deeds. Right, let's get caught up on some things here. If you didn't hear, reportedly a Iranian drone hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai and caused a fire. Dubai authorities said the fire is out and nobody is injured. Oh, I can show you what Marco Rubio said. Hey guys, let's look at what Marco Rubio had to say. If you give me a moment here. We saw a bunch of it. I just want to show you the beginning of his remarks. Give me one moment here. I just have to look something up. For some reason, the audio is stopped. Oh, I think we were hearing the Tel Aviv audio too. All right, hold on. Give me one moment, guys. Give me one moment. Thank you. Here's this. Okay. This is Marco Rubio speaking moments ago, minutes ago. Minutes ago, Marco Rubio. Why do they still have that? Oh, they still have their bell on. We got to listen to that bell? Every 5 minutes? Hang on. Give me a moment. Gee, and it's so much louder. The bell is so much louder than the audio from Beirut. So you need to turn it up to hear the audio from outside, and then when you turn it up, the bell is like 10. I mean, I want them to be able to get their text messages, but surely, if you have a camera that's sending out audio for a news agency, surely there's a way of doing that without having a loud bell telling you about your text messages. All right, hang on a moment here. All right, this is, I'm going to show this from a few minutes ago, earlier, about a few minutes ago. Marco Rubio spoke took some questions in Washington, D.C. So, let me show you this. I need to turn off the audio here. I need to put this here. Okay, let's watch some of what, I might not replay the whole thing because we saw some of this, but it's interesting. This is Marco Rubio speaking, Secretary of State, answering some questions just about maybe an hour ago or so. Might have to forward a second. Oh, here he comes. All right, here it is.
An expanded commercial flight off to help Americans in the Middle East be able to depart. As of a few minutes ago before I left, 9,000.
Hold on, here it comes, here it comes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Rubio. Secretary Rubio. Secretary Rubio.
Oh, shit. You guys good?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. I gotta give a chance for your producers to pick it up. All right.
Give me 1 second. I think there's a way for me to get the volume higher. I just need a second. I want to get the volume higher for you guys. Let me see if this works. Again, hang on 1 second. I might just have to do that, but if I can get the volume higher, that would be great. So just give me a moment here. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe. I think we're going to be good. I think we're going to be good on this. One moment. I got to get it queued up. Because the volume is low on the original video, so I'm trying to just play it. I did it here. I got it. I got it. This works. This should be better now, in theory. Okay, are you guys ready? Without further ado, I did it. Here is Marco Rubio, and this is maybe about an hour ago. There it is. You can see it right there. The volume should be better. Let's try this. I hope. There's no volume. Are you hearing volume? If there's no volume, I got to play it the other way. Why are you not hearing volume? I'm going to have to just do it the other way. I have no idea. Let's see. Oh, maybe there's something here? Nope. Got to use the volume the other way. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it the way that I was going to do it anyway. Sorry, my big plan didn't work. Here it is. We'll just do it this way. Okay, there is... There. All right, there's Marco Rubio. You'll see him in 1 second. Here he is. You should be able to hear this. Let's see. You got sound?
Yeah. Secretary Rubio. Secretary Rubio.
Oh, shit. You guys good?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Gotta give a chance for your producers to pick it up. All right. I have a couple updates for you. The State Department is now actively, as it has been now for the last 72 hours, implementing our plans to help Americans in the Middle East be able to depart. As of a few minutes ago before I left, 9,000 Americans have been able to leave the region since the start of this war. We have about 1,500 Americans that are requesting assistance with departure. We have identified and continue to identify charter flights, military flight options, and expanded commercial flight options, meaning working with the airlines to send bigger airplanes with more seats, and the combination of those three things. The impediment we're facing now, in many cases, we've had a couple instances in which we have planes in the air and on the way, and unfortunately the airspace gets closed and they have to turn back around, so we're working through those challenges. Here's the message I want to deliver Americans who are in the Middle East and in need of assistance. It is very important, and I ask this of the networks as well, it is important for you to please put both the website and the phone numbers on your screens, because we need people, we need to know where you are. We need to have contact information for Americans that need assistance. They have to register with us, because as these options begin to open up, and as they open up, we have to be able to call you, we have to be able to reach you, we have to be able to know where you're staying, so we can get this information to you and coordinate appropriately. And it'll be a variety of methods: charter flights, military flights and transports.
I see viewers in the chat saying there's alerts. Oh, new alerts in Tel Aviv. New alerts in Tel Aviv. Sirens in Tel Aviv. Again, just to remind you, the cameras do not work now during the missile alerts. So there are new alerts in Tel Aviv. Thanks for letting me know in the chat. But the cameras get shut down during the missile alerts. So I will not have a live camera of Tel Aviv because they shut them off during the alerts. Now, I can see one of the cameras there, but I am sure they will get rid of it soon. Let me just see if either of them are up. Yeah, Reuters has already cut their camera. So Reuters cut their camera. If I can, there's a chance I can pull up the AFP camera before they cut it. I'll do my best, but they cut the cameras during the alerts. Hang on, can I somehow catch some of the sirens? Can I catch the sirens? Let's see. Maybe. All right, hold on. Hold on, this is Tel Aviv. Can you hear anything? Hey, there's sirens. There's sirens. I caught the sirens. Oh, get ready, get ready. Cut the camera. They had to cut the camera. See what happened? It happens every time. So both of my Tel Aviv cameras just got cut, as happens. Okay, so what I need to do is check for you guys what is going on. Where is the other thing I was looking at? Thanks for bearing with me. Again, I wish I had control over it, but I don't. And AP, they point their camera down at the ground. They literally point their camera at the street so you can't see anything. Okay, now, oh, hold on. One moment here. Let me check a couple other things. See what I can see, if anything. Al Jazeera Arabic is showing a guy talking and a live shot. Okay. I don't see anything there. You can check out Intel cams if you want and see if you see anything on the Intel cams feeds over on YouTube. They have some cameras on Intel cams. One moment here. No, Al Jazeera does not sell their footage. I have reached out to them in the past. I never heard back from them. I have tried multiple times to talk to them about their footage, and I have never heard back. Now, let me check on what's going on. So just so you know, on the map right now, on the actual map for the alerts, the SOFAR map, the alerts are gone. Let me see if I hear anything about what's happening in Israel right now. I need to check here. I just need a moment. Let me check. I am looking. The missile was intercepted. N12 News reports the missile was intercepted. That is from N12 News. Also, N12 reports that they claim, where are they getting this from? MDA didn't post, I don't think. M12 claims that there is a slightly injured woman from the previous round of launches. Okay. But again, N12 reports that the missile was intercepted. Another Telegram account I follow, Yediot, posted a video of an interception. So what I'm going to do is I'll let you know when I hear more about that. But you guys have seen it multiple times now. They literally just cut the cameras when they cut the cameras when the alerts happen. Or AP points their camera down at the ground. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I need to get this camera back up. They cut the cameras because the government has ordered it. For example, Reuters says Israeli authorities have mandated that news organizations may not transmit live video of missile interceptions during attacks. AP says, under Israeli military censorship rules, the AP cannot show live images of interceptions or disclose the exact locations of the strikes. Hey, let's just watch a little more of what we were watching. What Marco Rubio had to say a short while ago. I want to play you a little more of this. About an hour or so ago, Marco Rubio speaking.
Expanded commercial opportunities and in some cases land routes that will allow them to go to neighboring countries who might have open airports at that point. So it's a lot of different things here that need to happen in order to move people, but it all starts by knowing that you're there. It all starts by knowing that where you are and how we can get a hold of you. So I'm asking the networks and all of the media outlets, please publicize the 2 phone numbers that we've put out, as well as the website, so people can contact us and register. We've had, thousands of people call already. As I said, we've identified almost 1,600 that are requesting assistance with departure, but we need you to please be able to identify that. As I came in, I also saw the media reports about Dubai's consulate. The last update I had with seconds before getting before these cameras was that a drone unfortunately struck a parking lot adjacent to the Chancellery building and set off a fire in that place. All personnel are accounted for. As you're aware, we began drawing down personnel from our diplomatic facilities in advance of this. In the cases, for example, of Beirut, we basically drew down to bare bones, as well as in Baghdad and in Erbil and in a couple other posts as well. So we've been very fortunate, obviously, but our embassies and our diplomatic facilities are under direct attack from a terroristic regime. With an update, I will obviously refer you to the Department of War. Suffice it to say that our objectives remain as they've been identified from the beginning and by the President laid out clearly yesterday. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and we will now not allow Iran to hide behind the immunity of a massive short-term ballistic missile inventory or the ability to make them or launch them. And so CENTCOM, in a joint operations, is carrying out a systematic destruction of their missile belt, destruction of their launchers, and destruction of their ability to make these, as well as the destruction of their Navy. From what I've been told by the Department of War, everything is on or ahead of schedule and proceeding on these objectives. We have every confidence in the world that these objectives will be achieved. The last point I would make is, and I said this yesterday and I repeat, what's about to, you're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the 2 most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terror.
So I just want to point out, he said that they're going to unleash on Iran in the next few hours and days. He said hours and days. So maybe while we're on the air tonight, I don't know.
Regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions. This terroristic, radical, cleric-led regime cannot be ever allowed to have nuclear weapons. We saw what they were willing to do to their own people. They were willing to slaughter their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do to us. Imagine what they would do to others. Under President Trump, that will never, ever happen.
Mr. Secretary, yesterday you talked about Israel. Mr. Secretary.
Please, guys, I can't hear them all. Yes.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the President said that
No.
Iran was going to get.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked.
Okay. No, were you the one that, because somebody asked me a question yesterday, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you asked me that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The President made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The President systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the President made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. And if you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not
Mr.
flip
Secretary,
it to reach a narrative that you want to do, all right?
This is your statement, Mr. Secretary.
Go ahead.
What do you make of the war powers resolution that's being considered here?
I mean, Congress votes on those. They can if they want. There's mechanisms for it. We've complied with the War Powers Act, even though we believe it's unconstitutional, as has every other administration. Every other president has found the War Powers Act to be unconstitutional. Nonetheless, we notified Gang of Eight, which is an appropriate mechanism by which to notify Congress. We sent the notification within 48 hours, the way the law requires. I'm here today to have, I don't know, my 6th or 7th briefing before the entirety of the House and Senate, which is far more than I ever got from any administration in the time that I was here, certainly when I was a member of the Gang of Eight. And so we've over-complied with the law and what it requires. This is an action by the President to address a real threat. This is hostilities designed to eliminate a threat to the safety and the security of the United States and to our allies.
But Mr. Secretary, can I get that straight? Can I read, Mr. Secretary?
Was there a plan in place to evacuate Americans before the attack took place?
Well, that's the plan we're trying to carry out. The problem is, or the challenge we are facing, is airspace closures. If a country closes their airport, for example, in some cases the airports have been hit. So the airport in Kuwait was hit. So if an airport's been attacked or the airspace is closed, then we can have the planes lined up to go, but we can't get them to land because we don't have the permissions to land there. So that's the challenge. But rest assured, we are confident that we are going to be able to assist every American. As I told you right now, we have about a little over 1,500, maybe closer to 1,600 Americans requesting assistance. And we know that we're going to be able to help them. It's going to take a little time because we don't control the airspace closures. That said, there may be more people out there that need help. We need to know who you are. So please, I'm asking the media, publicize the phone numbers and the website, because we need people to call in so we have their name, we have their contact information, we have their location and their request. So as these opportunities begin to open up, we can act very quickly to reach them and get them out of harm's way.
Mr. Secretary, I want to just clarify what you said. Because you said...
There's nothing to clarify.
Well, but you said...
No, but you have to read, if you're going to read the whole statement.
But your quote is about, we knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that would precipitate an attack against
American I understand. But listen,
forces.
All right, but let me understand.
And that's what... That's
but I had a very specific question from that gentleman,
and the president said... What the president said that...
Hold on one second. I asked
he may have forced Israelis...
Okay, but let me answer, because this is my press conference.
Sure.
Okay. You asked me, I was asked a very specific question, so you guys can misrepresent it, but I was asked a very specific question yesterday. The bottom line is this. The president determined we were not going to get hit first. It's that simple, guys. We are not going to put Americans' troops in harm's way. If you tell the president of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the president's going to go first. That's what he did. That's what the president will always do. He will always put the safety and security of our men and women in uniform and of all Americans before anything else. He's always going to do that, and that's what he did here. In addition to that, I would argue that this threat from Iran, they are hiding behind these missiles and hiding behind these drones. They wanted to reach a point where you couldn't touch them, and then they could do whatever the hell they wanted with their nuclear program. And there was no way in the world that this terroristic regime was going to get nuclear weapons, not under Donald Trump's watch.
So the U.S. attack had nothing to do with Israel. It had nothing to do with Israel.
There's a general question of why the president gave the green light, and then there's a question of why did it have to happen this week? Are you saying it had to happen this weekend because of that Israeli action?
No, this weekend presented a unique opportunity to take joint action against this threat. And we wanted this to have maximum success. We want this operation to be successful at achieving its objectives. I'll repeat the objectives. The president laid them out yesterday. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have, and therefore it cannot have the things it was hiding behind to have a nuclear weapons program. What are those things? Number one, we are going to destroy their missiles and their missile launchers. We are going to destroy their capability to make these missiles and these launchers. And we are going to destroy their Navy. Those are the objectives. And this weekend, acting at this time, gave us the highest probability of success in achieving those objectives. And as the Department of War will brief you, we are on or ahead of schedule.
So the U.S. attack would have happened no matter what? Or the U.S. attack happened no matter what Israel is planning to do?
The House said Israel was going to act.
The president had already made a decision to act on the timing. The president acted on the timing that gave us the highest chance of success. And that's what you're seeing play out right now. You're seeing it play out right now, and you'll see it in the days to come. We will systematically take apart their missile program. We will destroy their ability to sponsor terrorism, by the way. We will destroy their factories. We will destroy their Navy. Those objectives are going to be met. We're well on our way to meeting them. It will not be easy. There will be a price to pay for it, but that is a much lower price to pay than having a nuclear-armed Iran. I got to go.
And that had nothing to do with Israel.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
How heavily is the administration leaning into the 2001
What now?
How heavily is the administration...
Well, that's not our notification to Congress. Our notification, listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English. Okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their Navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision. It was the right decision, and the world will be a safer place when these radical clerics no longer have access to these weapons. You see how they're using them now. Imagine how they would use them a year from now if they had more of these. All right, I got time for one more.
Did the U.S. decapitate these?
Several Democrats criticized what you said.
Yeah, of course they criticize. The question is, several Democrats criticize. They're going to always criticize. We've been doing this for years, guys. They come out. I'll tell you right now, they're going to come out after the briefing and say, we didn't hear anything. We have more questions than answers. You mark my words. But we still do these briefings. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Secretary. Their criticism was on the timeline. They said that Israel is dictating the timeline for the United States.
No, the president.
As you know, several people on the right have also agreed with that. How would you respond?
Well, the United States made a decision. Under the President of the United States made a decision. This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world. The President said this is the weakest they've ever been. If we don't hit them now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, no one will be able to touch them, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. And he made a decision to go. And he made a decision to go in a joint operation because it gave us the highest chance of success, and he made a decision to go first because he concluded that we were not going to get hit first. We were not going to absorb a blow from them. We were going to go first. He was not going to run the risk that they could attack us before we could hit them, because in addition to costing lives, it would undermine the effectiveness of our operation. All right, guys, I got to go. Thank you.
Trump tried to destroy Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All right, so that was a couple hours ago. Earlier this afternoon, Marco Rubio. Let me put up on the screen. I'll put the Beirut cam up on the screen right now. That's going to be Beirut. That's not Tel Aviv, that's Beirut. I need to get that fixed. Hold on. And get a little volume on there. We're going to get you some more updates now. One moment, please. Let me just check a couple things. I'm going to take some of your comments on here. I want to give you some more updates about what's going on. The IDF says that the Israeli Defense Force says, according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, a barrage of rockets was launched from Lebanon at the Galilee Panhandle in Israel. No sirens sounded because the rockets were headed for open areas. I'm just pulling up a couple things here. Give me one moment. Thanks for your patience. So regarding Marco Rubio and his remarks yesterday, just to give you a little background on this, AP says Rubio was revisiting his remarks from yesterday that have generated fierce blowback. Yesterday, Rubio said Trump believed Israel was determined to act and wanted the U.S. to go first with a preemptive strike on Iran to prevent any retaliation on American bases and operations in the region. And some were claiming that that meant that the attack was happening because Israel was going to attack them. Today, if I remember it right, Rubio was saying, well, President Trump would have attacked Iran anyway. Let's see here. Oh, something else I wanted to mention. There was a report that, where is this? That there were reports that Israel hit a building where possibly a meeting was going on to determine the next supreme leader. So Manny Fabian of Times of Israel said, an Israeli defense source confirms that the Israeli Air Force struck a building in the Iranian city of Qom where senior clerics had gathered to elect Iran's new supreme leader. The Assembly of Experts has 88 members, though it is unclear how many of them were in the building at the time. So I'll have to see if there's any more updates on that. I don't know if they actually, if people were in the building to elect a new supreme leader or not, and if so, how many were there? I do not know. Hang on. What I can do, I can put the Tel Aviv. I can put the Tel Aviv cam on top, but we don't really usually see much with the Tel Aviv cam. Hold on, I'll put the Tel Aviv cam up on top. What I'll do. A little later, I'll play you what Trump answered some questions today, and a little later, I will play you guys what he had to say. And hey, by the way, a couple thank yous. I owe a couple thank yous to people. Hey, first of all, I normally don't talk about this on the air, but I do want to say a big thanks to, on YouTube, I guess we passed 900,000 subscribers, which is just way above what I ever thought the channel would have. So I really appreciate people watching the channel and subscribing to the channel and watching on all the platforms. So thanks for continuing to watch the channel. I appreciate it, and subscribe. Now I want to thank the Kingdom from Turkey. The Kingdom from Turkey, thank you. Who thinks U.S. has no place in the Middle East. All they want is resources. I live in Istanbul, Turkey. Not very religious, but I believe there is a God, a creator. So thank you, the Kingdom from Turkey, who says the U.S. has no place in the Middle East. Also, actually, thanks Planet Karab, Zanyana, Michael McIsaac, Michael Morris. Michael Morris thinks Trump is failing to reduce daily costs of the average American. And It's a complete lie while we're at war, a lie of no new wars. Wow, Michael is not a fan, I think, of the U.S. action. Thanks, Rune1033. Thanks, Miss Curvy. Yeah, we talked about the consulate before, and I have posted a couple of videos of the fire at the U.S. consulate in Dubai, apparent videos, which you can see on my X account, which is pinned in the chat. But the fire is out now, according to the Dubai authorities, and there is no injuries. Thank you, Miss Curvy. Thanks, Don Albee. Thanks, Tiberius Rex. Thanks also, DJ Luca. I appreciate that, DJ Luca. Also, Ogziz. Thanks, Ogziz. I appreciate that. Yeah, I did speak to Intel Cams, the owner of Intel Cams. Very, very nice. It just, I believe that there are, without getting into the technical issues of it, there are copyright issues which I think are going to prevent me from using the feeds. I don't want to get into, I'm not going to get into everything, but if it's able to be worked out, it will be. But there may just be issues that, again, technical stuff, that prevents me from doing it. So I did talk to him. It's just, there's various considerations involved. So, but I did want to let you know, he's very nice. And we messaged. But you can check out his channel on YouTube. Intel Cams. Let's see here. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth. To repeat, one news outlet that focuses on Iran is claiming that Iran International is claiming that the son of Khamenei has been chosen as supreme leader, but I haven't seen that reported anywhere else. I've seen zero other reports of this, so we'll have to see what happens. I'll let you know if I hear more. Yeah, they claimed his son Moshtaba was chosen. Again, I don't know that that's the case. Thank you, Andrew Vaughn. I will check that out, Andrew Vaughn. Thank you. New Creation, thank you. Thank you so much, New Creation. Luke Snow. Thank you, Luke Snow. Officer Larry. Thank you. Sanchi Pueblos from Spain. Thank you. Explore the Unseen. E1991M. Thank you. Crazy Yoda. Thank you. Bob Lancaster, Sooner Matt, Dr. Peppy X, and also shout out to everybody else watching. And also one more person, hold on. Diane Uwart. Thank you, Diane Uwart, for your support. I really appreciate that. And Fred Witherow. Thank you so much, Fred Witherow, for your support. And also on Facebook, Darlene Kerrick, Amy Cluck, Kristen McConnell Gates, and Telina Wood. Thanks for the Facebook stars. Now, Faytuck's News points out that Iran state media Tasnim is claiming that an American aircraft was shot down. So just to be clear, Iran state media makes all kinds of claims that turn out to not be true. Days ago, they were claiming that 200 American soldiers had been killed or injured. I'm pretty confident that's not true in Iranian strikes. So I take everything they say about their attacks on the U.S. with a giant grain of salt. They frequently in Iranian media say things like, we have carried out successful strikes on U.S. bases, and then you never hear anything about it, ever. And so unless there's some incredible cover-up going on of all of the successful Iranian strikes on U.S. bases and ships and everything else, it seems like they post a lot of false claims about that kind of stuff. But as for this latest claim, I can't confirm or deny it at this point. Yes, Tasnim claims. But so now they say, this is what Tasnim state media says. They say another American F-15 aircraft was shot down by the air defense system of Iran. Now, I think they also claim that, claimed that they shot down the ones that the U.S. said were shot down by friendly fire in Kuwait. I think Iran claimed they shot them down. Anyways, they posted that 9 minutes ago. Thanks to Faytux News for mentioning it. I've heard no information about that anywhere else. But you never know. I will let you know if I hear more. Al Jazeera reports 2 drones have attacked the Harir U.S. base in Erbil. Al Jazeera correspondent, 2 drones attack U.S. base in Erbil, Kurdistan. So we'll see if we hear anything about that. By the way, there are primary elections in the U.S. tonight. Well, what is this? Hold on. Oh, I have some video of some U.S. lawmakers speaking. Hold on a second. Let me put this on the screen for you. Hang on one moment. I'm going to put this on the screen for you right now. Give me a moment. One moment. I'll put it on the screen for you. This is live. I think this is Senator Chris Coons speaking.
What is your understanding as to how much of the regime is actually taken? I mean, just heard Mullen and Graham say that the Iranian people have the opportunity to fight for themselves, essentially. Is enough of the regime gone?
I'm stunned if they said that because, look, there's 1 million people in the Iranian security and military apparatus that are fully capable of repressing civilians who come out to protest in the streets. And I think we need to be careful about creating the mistaken impression that while we encourage the Iranian people to pursue a democratic form of government in the future, there's no clear commitment that I'm aware of for us to send any assistance, to send troops or to send arms that would allow them to actually defend themselves against a very aggressive
Sorry, he said that
Iranian
the Iranian
regime.
people have the opportunity to rise up from within. Is enough of the regime gone for the Iranian people to do that?
I've heard nothing that suggests that's the case.
Have they picked a successor yet?
I've heard nothing that clarifies what the plan. There is no clarity about the plans going forward.
Senator, yesterday, Secretary Rubio said that there is not a plan right now to facilitate the next iteration of an Iranian government. It's just a military plan.
That's critical. There is not a plan.
Well, he said it's not part of their goals right now.
Right.
Does that
Those are 2 different statements.
Does that comport with what you've heard in there, that the goal is purely military and it's not to facilitate a regime change or whatever comes next?
This briefing was principally focused on military, the events of the last 100 hours, and where we are in terms of military objectives. There was not a robust discussion of political objectives. That is exactly the sort of thing that we need an open hearing about, because, as you remember, the war in Iraq had an initial phase that apparently went quite well, mission accomplished, and then turned into a regime building, nation building phase. That's where I think our greatest risk is, where the greatest risk for civilians in Iran is, and where the greatest lack of clarity in terms of planning and resources. I'll remind you, we used to have resources like Voice of America Farsi, like USAID's Middle East democracy programs that help support the opposition in authoritarian regimes in the region. For a variety of reasons, the chaos of Doge either substituted, defunded, suspended, or cut off those programs, and so there are not as many Iranians able to access the internet, able to communicate with each other, able to get reliable information, or informed about their options for trying to rise up today as there should be. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
That was Chris Coons from Delaware, Senator. Oh, Lindsey Graham spoke. Hey guys, I'm going to let you hear Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham and John Fetterman spoke a short while ago. So let me get this on the screen for you. Just a short while ago, they both spoke too. Hang on. So what I need to do is mute this, mute that. I'm going to show you what Lindsey Graham and John Fetterman had to say. First, I'm going to sneeze, and then I'm going to show you what Lindsey Graham and John Fetterman had to say. Now, and I'll keep an eye to see if anybody else speaks live. Oh, somebody else is speaking right now. Senator is speaking right now. A senator is speaking now. Is it Richard Blumenthal? Wait on. Let's go live. Live.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have. But I also am no more clear on what the priorities are going to be of the administration going forward, whether it is destroying the nuclear capacity of Iran, or simply the missiles, or regime change, or stopping terrorist activities. And I think the administration owes it to the American people to have briefings not just for members of Congress, but for the American public. Nothing here should have been classified. It should be available to the American people.
They described it. Marco Rubio said yesterday, he was trying to pin it up, that it was Israel that was about to attack Iran, which prompted the United States to act to prevent any sort of reciprocation from Iran. So is that the way they described it in here?
I will give you my impression, which is that there is still no evidence, none, of an imminent threat that would justify an attack on Iran. No imminent threat to the United States has been set forth to me, but more important to the American people.
But was it Israel's?
I'm not going to go into the substance. I can't do it. Thank you.
I want to...
Once
oh,
again,
Chuck Schumer. It's Chuck Schumer.
The answers are very unsatisfying. They have shifting goals, different goals all the time, different answers every day. And I am truly worried about mission creep. When there's no set plan, when you can't hear day after day, we're going to do this, 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 and this, and these are the reasons why, you end up with an endless war, you end up with mission creep, you end up with all kinds of problems. And so the answers are not satisfying, and what's really needed is a public debate so the American people, who already are very much against this, can see what we have seen.
Would you support a supplemental funding request for this war?
Look, the bottom line is they haven't made the request yet. I'm not going to comment on it, but the bottom line is that before you can feel satisfied about a supplemental, and I haven't seen it. You have to know what the real goals are and what the end game is.
How much will it cost, you know?
No.
Leader Schumer, do you think Israel, forced the U.S.'s hand here, boxed the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't want an endless war, plain and simple. What did I say?
Nuclear Israel.
Oh, no, got it. Let me say that again. No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure. Okay?
At what point does the lack of DHS funding become an
I'm muted. Senator Richard Blumenthal said, I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting group boots on the ground. This was after a briefing on Iran from Trump officials. Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal, moments ago after briefing on Iran from Trump officials, I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground. Let me listen to that again.
I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground.
Wow. All right, hang on a moment here. We'll keep an eye on this. Oh, early warning alert? All right, hold on a moment. Let me check it. You heard it. We heard him say it. We heard him say it. Let's see here. What's going on with the alerts? Yes, more missiles headed to, more missiles, guys, headed to Israel from Iran right now. More missiles headed to Israel from Iran. New missiles headed to Israel from Iran. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on that alert, and a reminder that the cameras continue to, we have these cameras, and then what happens is they stop broadcasting when the alerts, when the sirens start go off, because the government says you can't show it. So here is Tel Aviv right now. Here's a live shot of Tel Aviv, but we're not going to be able to show you interceptions or anything because the news agencies are not allowed to show them because of the government. Okay, in Israel. Now, let me keep an eye on things though. Oh. I'll show you on the map when the alerts actually happen. I'll show you the alert map when it actually happens. Hey guys, I have a new update for you. New update. News alert. News alert. News alert. Do I have my news update graphic working? Let's see if this works. Hey, look, it's the news update graphic. The news update is CNN reports. CNN reports. The CIA has been working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran. Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, and they expect U.S. and Israeli support, a senior Iranian Kurdish official told CNN. That's from Natasha Bertrand. CNN is now reporting that. CNN reports CIA working to arm Kurdish forces to spark uprising in Iran. The Trump administration has been in active discussions with Iranian opposition groups and Kurdish leaders in Iraq about providing them with military support. Iranian Kurdish armed groups have thousands of forces operating along the Iraq-Iran border. Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, a senior Iranian Kurdish official told CNN. Well, also, CNN reports Trump called Iraqi Kurdish leaders on Sunday to discuss the U.S. military operation in Iran and how the U.S. and Kurds could work together as the mission progresses. CNN says any attempt to arm Iranian Kurdish groups would need support from the Iraqi Kurds to let the weapons transit and use Iraqi Kurdistan as a launching ground. Oh, hey guys, CNN says one person familiar with the discussions said that the idea would be for Kurdish armed forces to take on the Iranian security forces and pin them down to make it easier for unarmed Iranians in the major cities to turn out without getting massacred again as they were during unrest in January. Anyways, that's what CNN is reporting. Oh, we have alerts in the north. I do not have a Haifa Hold on. Hang on a moment. There are rocket alerts in the north. Either rocket or missile alerts in the north of Israel. Haifa and all across the north there. I don't know if that's rockets coming from Lebanon or... No, I believe, isn't it missiles from Iran? I have to look at what the pre-alert was. But there are alerts in the north there. You can see them right there on the map. Again, I don't have access to cameras because the news agencies are not allowed to show this stuff. So the cameras I have go off when these alerts happen. But let me check and see if I have any updates for you. But those are the current alerts in the north there as we look at the so far red alert map. And gradually, as the missiles get closer, or rockets, the alerts lessen because they pinpoint where the missiles are headed. I don't know if I'll try to get you reports right now. Let me try to get some reports on. Let me try to get some reports on what's going on with the missiles right now, missiles or rockets. For the moment, there's Tel Aviv, but that's not where the alerts are. Give me a moment, I will check. N12 says these are probably isolated launches. These, I believe, are missile launches from Iran. It's believed they are isolated. It's not a large wave, says N12. Kuwait today reported that 2 sergeants in their military were killed, I'm guessing, from Iran attacks. Hang on a moment here. I'm having a little bit of an issue. Give me 1 second here. I'm having a bit of a little issue. Let me take myself off the screen for a second. I have to fix something. I have to do a fix here. Why is this not working? Let's see. Might have to restart something here. Not restart the stream, but restart a computer. Oh, that's weird. That's odd. I have to restart something. Bear with me. All right. Bear with me. This is going to, what I'll do is I'll put this on. Put this on me. Let me restart something here. Sorry, I just had a little thing. Sometimes things need to get restarted. What I'm going to do, if you give me a second here. Hold on a second here. I just need a minute. Just need a minute. Just need a minute. Where is this thing? Ah, there we go. Okay. Now, I have to reset this. One moment here. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. I know I'm taking up the space on the screen. Okay. Sorry about that. I have to reset something, which should take about 45 seconds. We had a little technical hiccup here. Let's see. Are we back? I think we're back. I think. I got to do one more thing here. Hold on. Excuse me as my arm reaches over the camera. Try one thing here. I think we're good to go. I hope. Let's see. Now, let's get back. Let me get back so I can show you stuff. Very well. I think we're good. I think we're back. Anyways, I was saying the Kuwait Army, I believe, said that 2 people were killed, 2 sergeants were killed today. And, oh, one moment here. I need to put up on the screen the time, the clock. I just had to reset a couple things here, so I just need to do this. Okay, we're good there. Let me get the clock up for you. Good time. I got to open the chat back up so I can see what you're saying. Hopefully you're still there after all of this. Yeah, we're back. Sorry, I just had to do a bit of a reset of something here. Appreciate your patience. Okay, so I can see that. The last thing I got to do is get the video back up where I can see it here and check on the missile alerts that happen. All right, so I had for you on the screen the Tel Aviv shot, just to have it there. Sorry about that. I had to reset everything. Okay, here, I think we're back. I think we're good now. Here you go. You'll see it in a second. It'll pop up on the screen. I think, oh no, not yet. One more thing I have to do. Let's try this again. I know that's a black screen. We don't want that. We want, there, that's better. Now we're back. Okay, so that's Tel Aviv. I apologize. Let me check out some things now. Thank you for your patience while I did all that. Okay, so regarding the missile alert, which was going on in the north, there's no current alerts, I can tell you that. I just checked the alert map. And did we get any updates about that? At least one missile was likely intercepted, says N12 News. That's what they say about the latest missile wave. Oh, I got to change the headline. Sorry. Because that already happened. Okay, fine. That's changed back. Great. Just make sure I'm not missing any big updates here. Shin, who I follow for reports on Iran, says intense jet activity in Bebahan, Khuzestan province, Iran. Just to remind you, CNN is reporting, for whatever it's worth, the CIA has been working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran. And CNN also reports that Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in the ground operation in western Iran in coming days, and they expect Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, and they expect a U.S. and Israeli support, a senior Iranian Kurdish official told CNN. I think that's a new report today from CNN. I just saw it a few minutes ago. "18 minutes ago. Now also, so someone said, who are the Kurds? Just to give you a little background, I pulled up the Wikipedia article on the Kurds. The Kurds are an ethnic group from West Asia. They are indigenous to Kurdistan, which is a geographic region with parts of it in Turkey, in Iran, in Iraq, and Syria. There are about 30 to 45 million Kurds. But although they exercise autonomy, a certain degree of self-control in part of Iraq and part of Syria, the Kurds are a stateless nation, says Wikipedia. Basically a people without a state. The prospect of Kurdish independence, which is rooted in early Kurdish nationalism, has been the source of much ethnic and political tension in West Asia since the 19th century. In the aftermath of World War I and the partition of the Ottoman Empire, the victorious Western Allies made territorial provisions for the establishment of a Kurdish state, but it was never ratified. So, the Wikipedia says, since the 20th century, the history of the Kurds has largely been marked by struggles for independence, predominantly the Kurdish-Turkish conflict and the Iraqi-Kurdish conflict, and to a lesser extent, the Iranian-Kurdish conflict and the comparatively recent Syrian-Kurdish conflict. So a bit of background. But again, with that in mind, once again, CNN is reporting today, recently, that the CIA has been working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran, and that Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, and they expect U.S. and Israeli support, a senior Iranian Kurdish official told CNN. Now, I wonder, is a Kurdish official telling this to CNN because, like, they want to make sure, they feel like they've heard they might get support, but they want to put it out there to put pressure on the administration to support them? I don't know. I mean, you can think of all kinds of reasons somebody might leak this to CNN. Thank you, Khan Tech Crazy from Turkey. Khan Tech Crazy says there's absolutely no way Turkish military allows Kurds to form insurgency in North Iran. Thanks, Khan Tech Crazy. Thanks, D. Smitty, who says Bay of Kurds invasion. Hey, there's a plane. Hey, look, there's a plane on the Tel Aviv feed. See the plane? Don't see that much. Wonder if it's on flight radar. I don't think it's a huge deal, but I can check flight radar 24 to see if they have a plane over Tel Aviv. I'm looking at flight radar 24, and there is no plane over Tel Aviv. So maybe that's a military plane. That's not, whatever plane that is does not appear to have its transponder on, because I'm looking at flight radar. Oh, wait, oh no, you know what? I'm sorry, I had a filter on, so maybe I can see it actually. I had a filter on from last night. Yes, I can see the plane. Here it is. It is a Challenge Airlines plane operated by Challenge Airlines from Oslo. It flew from Oslo. I heard maybe there were going to be some limited planes possibly starting to fly in and out of Israel. So maybe it's a plane to get people out of Israel. I don't know. I don't know. Hold on a moment here. It could be a charter to get people out. I don't know. Oh, is it a cargo plane? Is that what it is, actually? says, is Challenge Airlines a cargo? I have to look up Challenge Airlines. It said Challenge Airlines Israel. Challenge Airlines, is it Israel or Illinois? They are based in Israel. It's a cargo airline. It is a cargo airline. Challenge Airlines Israel is they operate cargo flights and charter services carrying non-standard goods and general cargo internationally, says Wikipedia. So, presumably it's carrying cargo or bringing in or out something. I don't know. It was being tracked by a lot of people on Flight Radar 24. It disappeared. It disappeared. That's an Air Force plane, but it's not being actively tracked at this moment. It disappeared up here. Anyways, I'll keep an eye out on Flight Radar 24. Give me one moment here. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Just hold on. I don't really see much going on the Beirut cam, but I'm going to put it up on the screen with the Tel Aviv cam. Okay, I can see it now. One moment. Oh, oops. Hang on one moment here. Okay, here is Tel Aviv. I have Beirut and Tel Aviv. Is Rubio going to speak again? I need a moment here. Okay, so that's Beirut and Tel Aviv. Oh, Tel Aviv and Beirut, I should say. That's that. And what am I looking at right now? Oh, I think some House members might speak or something. I owe some more people thank yous. Let me thank a couple more people. I gotta thank a couple more people. Hey, thank you to Dave 44, Lar NCM, Mike Zawadsky. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike Zawadsky. Lar, thanks for your note too. Lar NCM. Sarah Gulati. Thank you, Sarah. 01 UT player. I'll have to check on that report, 01 UT player. Thank you again, Lar NCM. Thank you, Rob PZ. Thank you, Anti-Slayer, who saw something on the camera 47 minutes ago. Well, I'm not going to go check it right now, but sorry I took so long to see your message, Anti-Slayer. Zero Fox, thank you. Kerry Poteet, who says interesting times and big doings. Thanks E1991M, who says notice how they hound Rubio but give Schumer a redo. Thank you, Sean Morris and Plague Beast. Some of our viewers say Facebook is down. I'll have to check. Veronica D, thank you. Tiberius Rex, thank you. Sobek, thank you. Dolores Wilson, Jace Rez, Dreamcatcher, Two Dog, Luke Snow, Matt G, Alicia McDonald, Mascotix, Matt G8555, Matt G8855 from the UK. LB5967, Extra AF. What's your last name, D's? Thank you, Louis R. Thank you, Louis R. so much. And Planet Karab and Zanyana. Also, Pete D1911 and Hi-Fi Beef, thank you so much. And Nicola NJ, thank you. Nicola says, Kurds still jailing thousands of ISIS and might be releasing them due to clashes with new Syrian government. I don't know about that, Nicola J. If I see something about it later, I'll mention it. Thank you, Nicola J. NJ, Nicola NJ. I'm saying I just don't know about it personally. Thanks also Stan Lawrence, Vast Majority, Res JR Prod, and Anna P., who says, my grandparents are in Tehran. We finally got a short call from them last night. They said it's very bad over there and it's relentless. I was reading last night from AP that the streets were pretty empty in Tehran. I mean, all this bombing is going on. Thanks, Anna P. I hope your grandparents stay safe. I want to thank our moderators too. We have moderating right now. Leslie Ladyhawk, Beth Mythical, big thank you. All of our moderators. Also our Twitch moderators, people like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Also our Facebook moderators. Oh, are we even on? Some people said Facebook was down. Facebook is not working. Hey guys, Facebook seems to be not working. Let me just see. I just tried going to Facebook and I can't even go there. I assume our stream isn't on. Facebook not working for me. Thanks to our Facebook mods. Yeah, Facebook I'm seeing is suffering an outage. I don't know. Some people are saying it's... Let's see. Let's check Down Detector. Down Detector says, user reports show problems with Facebook. Many people reporting problems with Facebook on Down Detectors. Oh, it's working on the app? One moment here. Maybe it's working on the app. I'll check my app. Thanks, by the way, to Isabella Griffith. Thanks, Isabella Griffith, for your support. I really appreciate that. I didn't finish thanking the mods. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Hey, it looks like it's working on the... It looks like the app is working. Hey, I can watch... Hey, it looks like it's working on... Facebook is working on the app on my phone. I'm seeing our viewers there, like Aaron Van Ness and Justin Hawkins, Lori Hawkins, Elliot James, Nital, Jade Elizabeth. Thanks for watching over on Facebook. I can see you on the app on Facebook. So, again, but a lot of people are reporting problems with Facebook. Hey, Roger Wicker said this, guys. Nathaniel Reed with Scripps News said, asked Republican Senator Roger Wicker, chair of the Armed Services Committee, if the possibility still exists for American boots on the ground in Iran. He said, according to the testimony, yes, they're not ruling it out. So again, Nathaniel Reed says, Senator Roger Wicker, Republican, said, according to the testimony today, the administration is not ruling out boots on the ground. Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat, said today that after the briefing from Trump administration officials today, he said, "I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground." Shout out to OSIN Technical for mentioning the Nathaniel Reed report. Give me a moment, please. Oh, I have to fix my typo. Sorry about that. Oh, Faytux News found a report from ITV. Breaking another report here from ITV News. Faytux News found this. ITV News says, since last year, weapons have been smuggled into western Iran to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They are expected to begin a ground operation within days. So both CNN and ITV are reporting that in the coming days, Iranian opposition Kurdish forces are expected to take part in a ground operation. And Faytux News points out that according to ITV News, Kurdish sources claim American and Israeli forces have been asked to provide air cover for the ground operation, but they don't know if it's been approved. I don't know if this is going to happen. Christian Trebert says there is a report that a Russian liquefied natural gas tanker exploded, had an explosion after being targeted this morning by naval drone or drones. It's in the Mediterranean. I guess near Sicily. I wonder if the idea is that Ukraine might have blown it up or something. Is it near? Oh, it's near Malta, I guess. The armed forces of Malta were informed about the situation and helped and responded to it. They located survivors. All crew were reported safely aboard the lifeboat. This is from Christian Trebert of the New York Times. This was off the coast of Malta, I guess. I'll post a link in the chat to his post, to his thread about it. He said the ship had been running dark with transponder, with AIS off, and had traveled southeast of Malta before the explosion. So I don't know if this is Ukraine attacking a Russian tanker or what. I just reposted the thread on my X account if you want to see it. I have an update from the State Department about evacuating people overseas. State Department. The U.S. Department of State is taking historic action to assist American citizens who wish to depart the Middle East, return to the United States, there's a missing "and" there. In the past several days, over 9,000 American citizens have safely returned from the Middle East, including over 300 from Israel. The department is facilitating charter flights from the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan for American citizens and will continue to secure additional capacity as security conditions allow. Commercial aviation options remain available in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, and Egypt. The department is actively helping American citizens book these tickets. For those in countries lacking commercial aviation availability, the department is facilitating travel to third countries as conditions allow. That includes increasing ground transportation options for American citizens wishing to leave Israel. U.S. State Department says it is facilitating charter flights for American citizens from the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan, and will continue to secure additional capacity as security conditions allow. Please give me a moment here. Oh no, there's still a typo on the screen. Man, I keep having the typos in my headline. Sorry. U.S. and Israel continue attacking Iran. There's too many things happening. I make the changes and I don't check them, and then I get distracted and I don't check. Oh, hey, there's a new report that I think Fatah's network found. Hold on a moment here. Where is this? Where did Fatah's network find this? Yeah, by the way, Kuwait announced that 2 of its soldiers died yesterday as a result of Iranian attacks. I wanted to mention that. So some of our viewers mentioned that there might have been a strike in Beirut. Olive, who I follow, says reports of Air Force strikes in southern suburbs of Beirut. I don't see anything on this live cam. And I have a second camera from Beirut too, which I'll put up on the screen. And I don't see anything there either. Hang on. I'll put the second camera up there too. But again, I don't see anything on either of the Beirut cams. Could only hear explosions, wasn't on cam, one of our viewers said. These are both Beirut cams. These normally show the southern suburbs of Beirut strikes. All right, hold on, too much happening. Oh, I was trying to find the report from Al Jazeera that Fatah mentioned. Fatah's network. Can't find it. I'll keep an eye out. I got to turn that volume down. Shin, who I follow, reports he is hearing. Shin does reporting on Iran. He is hearing that in the electronic industries complex in Shiraz, Iran, was targeted minutes ago several times. That's what Shin is hearing. I'm going to check my Lebanon sources too, see what they're saying. I need 1 second here. I just need a moment. I just need a moment. Thank you. So I am seeing, several minutes ago, there was an airstrike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. We didn't see anything on this camera. And I'm not seeing anything. Maybe they're pointing in the wrong direction. They usually have the airstrikes. But a bunch of media I'm seeing, including saying that from Lebanon, is saying that there was an airstrike there. A bunch of Lebanese news outlets are saying there was. Are there more launches now? Hold on a second here. Excuse me. Pre-alert, more missile alerts are coming. More missile alerts are coming in Israel. Okay? Israel has detected new missiles from Iran. Now, as I've said, I can't show you cameras because the government has prohibited news outlets from showing the cameras. So my cameras do not work during the missile attacks. But I will keep an eye out right now for updates about the attacks. I will put the Tel Aviv feed on the top there. But I would not expect to, it'll get cut out if the sirens start going off. And I'm looking for where the alert, no alerts yet. We're going to see where the alerts are momentarily, but new alerts coming up. New missiles detected from Iran. Launches to the northern region. These are going to be in the north, according to N12. Launches to the north of Israel. Maybe Haifa? I'm not sure. Yes, multiple reports saying launches to the north. Oh, hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. I guess, no, AP has smoke, but I don't know if that's the smoke from, AP has a Beirut cam, which is showing smoke. But I don't know if that's from the new one, because there's been smoke like all day. We were seeing smoke on this cam before. So I don't know that the smoke on AP is from the latest, from the supposed strike, or just the smoke that was showing before. New alert, I honestly, I don't know. New alert, hold on a moment, guys. There is an alert in the northeast. One alert. Maybe there'll be more. Some of our viewers say they think that the AP smoke is the old smoke on the AP video. Okay, so there was an alert briefly, and now it's gone. I don't know what's happening with that. Let me check. See if I hear anything about it. Golan Heights region. It's not even up there anymore, though. Uh-oh, camera moving, Beirut camera moving. Why is the Beirut camera moving? Why is the Beirut camera moving? What's happening here? I don't know. It moved, and I don't see anything. It moved, but I don't see anything. Maybe it just reset back to where it was before. It's moving again. It's moving again. It's looking around. What is it doing? It's zooming in, but maybe it heard there was something going on. New alerts maybe? Are there new alerts now? Hold on, let's see. What's Home Front Command saying? The event has ended. Home Front Command in Israel says the event has ended. So for now, no more alerts in Israel for now. That was just posted by Home Front Command. We are bringing you live coverage Hey, thanks to Jake W. and Vigilant Patriot and LARNCM and Content 13. Content 13 says the U.S. has abandoned the Kurds 3 times. The last being in 2017 when Trump withdrew the U.S. in battles with ISIS in Iraq. That's what our viewer says. This sounds like possibly an AI question. Thanks also URX Aradhya, Kokomo Comer, Magdalena, Nicole Cinerol. Hey, it's Nicole Cinerol. Larry Talbot says, never underestimate the Kurds. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Chalk Dust Torture, who says, why would they announce this offensive by the Kurds in western Iran ahead of time? I understand the question. Thanks, Red Wolf. Israel Bishop. LARNCM, thanks for the memberships. Liam Prince or Pavince, thank you. I got to have the rights to the cameras that I show. I can't just show any ones on the internet, but thank you. Joseph Abreu, thank you. Joseph saw a refueling plane took off from Tel Aviv. We saw some of those last night happening. Thanks, Nemo Stylo, who says, arming the Kurds will turn Iran into Libya. Terrible idea. Thank you, Sobek. Thanks, Knees and Crows. And LARNCM, thanks for all the memberships. Also, thanks so much to Interrogation Files for the memberships. I really appreciate that. And also, shout out to Prince of BTC on Twitch, Shadows 3RP3N7 on Twitch, Madam Miss Mellon on Twitch, I am Des3 on Twitch, M Demery, Sunflower Cat 03 on Twitch, Pete D, Book Bucks on top, Rad HG, Fishbone on Twitch. Thank you. I asked Gemini AI. Now, AI can get things wrong, but for what it's worth, since I'm not an expert in Kurdish history, I asked Gemini AI, have the U.S. abandoned the Kurds before? They said the U.S. relationship with Kurds, the Kurdish people, has been characterized by a recurring cycle of tactical alliance followed by strategic withdrawal. The pattern has led to the common Kurdish proverb, no friends but the mountains. Now, in the article, I'm not going to read the whole thing, they pointed to some different instances where they say historians and foreign policy analysts have pointed to several instances where the U.S. is seen as having abandoned the Kurds. They say 1991 post-Gulf War uprisings Iraq. After the U.S.-led coalition defeated Iraq in the Gulf War, President George H.W. Bush gave a speech encouraging Iraqis to take matters into their own hands to force Saddam Hussein to step aside. Kurds took this as a promise of support, and Kurds and Shiites launched massive uprisings, but the U.S. military did not intervene to stop Saddam's forces from using helicopter gunships to suppress the rebels. Tens of thousands were killed and over 1 million fled into the mountains, said Gemini AI. Again, this is some, look, not everything AI says is right, but just to get a little here, a little possible answer to this question. That's what it said about that. It said, that's one example it gave. They said in 1975, during the early 70s, the U.S. under Nixon and the Shah of Iran covertly funded and armed Iraqi Kurds to rebel against the Iraqi government, which was then a Soviet ally. In 1975, the Shah reached a territorial agreement with Saddam Hussein. Once the deal was signed, Iran closed the border and the U.S. abruptly cut off aid. Left defenseless, the Kurdish rebellion was crushed by the Iraqi military. (2017) Gemini says after the Kurds served as a primary ground force against ISIS, the Kurdistan regional government held a referendum for independence. The U.S. opposed the referendum, preferring a unified Iraq. When the Iraqi central government sent tanks and militias to retake the oil-rich city of Kirkuk from the Kurds, the U.S. remained neutral and did not intervene to help its longtime partners. Anyways, according to Gemini AI, those are some instances which have been seen as betrayals of the Kurds. The Guardian has an article from 2019 where they say the Kurds have been campaigning for their own state since the late 1800s. And they say there is a bitter history of Kurds being embraced, then spurned by capricious American administrations since 1975. No, this live camera is not a recording. This is the AFP live camera from Beirut. It is a live camera from AFP. It is not a recording. The camera on the top is a live feed from Tel Aviv from Reuters. It is not a recording. Oh, interrogation files from Canada. That's so kind of you. Thank you for your generous support. Interrogation files from Canada. Thank you. I do need to get some more water. Thank you, Copper Owl Coins, for the memberships. Hey, thanks so much, E1991M. That's very nice of you. I really appreciate that. Thanks, E991M. E1991M. Also, Giovanni Nicole. Thank you. I'm seeing, hey, look, there's stuff being fired. We just saw, I'm going to replay this. We just saw, I don't know if it was tracers or what on the left side of the screen. Let me go back a few seconds here. Look at the top left of the screen a few seconds ago. I just saw it. Watch the top left of your screen. I just rewinded a few seconds. Right there, wow. There it is. You can see it on the left of your screen. Look at that. Look at that. I'm going to replay that. Hold on, I'm replaying it for you. We see that once in a while. One more time, just to show it again. On the left side of your screen, look at that. All right, I'm going to go back to live now. Now we're live again. I am seeing a report that the Pentagon has identified 4 of the U.S. soldiers who were killed. Okay. Reuters posted this, but I assume they're getting it from the Pentagon. Reuters, Phil Stewart, the Pentagon has identified 4 of the Army Reserve soldiers killed in the war against Iran. They died in Kuwait during a drone attack. They are Captain Cody A. Cork, 35, of Winter Haven, Florida. Sergeant First Class Noah L. Tietjens, 42, of Bellevue, Nebraska. Sergeant First Class Nicole M. Amore, 39, of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Sergeant Declan J. Cody, 20, of West Des Moines, Iowa. Condolences to their families, by the way. They have identified those 4. Six have died, but they have identified those 4. Shin, who reports on Iran, who I follow, says busy night over Shiraz, Iran, intense jet activity and several explosions, Fars province, Iran. Breaking update from the IDF. The Israeli Defense Force says the IDF has begun a broad wave of strikes targeting the Iranian terror regime's launch sites, aerial defense systems, and additional infrastructure. So the Israeli Defense Force just announced they have begun a broad wave of strikes in Iran. They just said that. Israeli Defense Force says they have begun a broad wave of strikes in Iran. Also, some viewers mentioned this. The UK MTO says, where is this? I thought they posted something about this. I don't see it there. The Israel says IDF begins extensive wave of strikes in extensive strikes in Iran. The Air Force has now begun a wave of extensive strikes against launch sites, defense systems, and additional infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime. That's new. Again, new announcement from the IDF. What I need to do is, I didn't really prepare well with food, but I do have a little food in the fridge, so I have to eat something. I'm going to take a couple minutes now, and I just haven't really eaten. I've barely eaten anything today, and I came on a little earlier than I thought I was going to because of the drone strike on the Dubai Consulate. So I'm going to just take a couple of minutes here and just grab something from the fridge. Shouldn't take that long, but I got to do it. I'll have to get something later too, but that's a different issue. We'll deal with that when we come to it. But I have to have something. It's going to be a problem if I don't grab something at the moment. I'll be keeping an eye out on everything while I'm eating. I'm just going to be right here, off camera. So if something huge happens, I'll just, rush back on the air. I'm not going anywhere. But what I'll do is I'll put this here. Steve is eating a snack. He'll be back in a few. Okay, and then I will turn the volume up. So just give me a few minutes. Let me just do this. Hopefully I can eat something before more stuff happens. But I'll keep an eye on what's going on while I'm eating, okay? So I'm coming right back. I'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. We are back. Let me turn the volume down here a little bit. We are bringing you live updates and taking your comments on the air. I appreciate you being with us. Let me check. I was keeping an eye on things while I was eating. I saw a report here that said Al Jazeera reports that a headquarters belonging to Asayib al-Haq, which is a major Iran-backed Iraqi paramilitary group, a headquarters belonging to them has been targeted in Iraq, north of Baghdad, I assume by either Israel or the U.S. There are strikes being carried out now in Iran by Israel. We know that because they said they had launched an extensive wave of strikes in Iran. Faytux News says there are numerous reports circulating of Israeli and or U.S. airstrikes targeting Iranian-backed PMF targets across Iraq. PMF is Popular Mobilization Forces, an Iran-backed paramilitary umbrella group. I'm checking a bunch of different sources here, try to get you the latest. It is 3:12 a.m. Iran time, 1:42 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time. Hang on a moment. We will be giving you election updates tonight. When is the first? Let me just check something here. For example, there are primaries in Texas tonight. So we'll mention that as polls close and results start coming in. So we'll keep the focus on this, but we will be giving you some updates there. Hold on a minute. Thanks, Thomas Summers, for your support on Patreon, by the way. Also, Jimmy Earhart. If I didn't thank you before, thanks, Jimmy Earhart. Yeah, the Texas primary polls close at 8 ET, except for 2 counties at 9 ET. So we'll keep an eye on that, and I will update you as things progress. Normally, if the war weren't going on, we would be doing an entire stream about the election primaries, but we're just going to be giving you updates tonight on that as those develop. Okay, sorry, I was just checking a couple things here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hearing about attacks in Iraq, Al Jazeera also says a headquarters of armed factions was targeted in the Qam district, western Iraq. So reports of a bunch of strikes going on in Iraq tonight. By the way, the New York Times had an article today where they said well, one thing I want to point out is Iran International, which is a UK-based site that reports on Iran, they claim that Mojtaba Khamenei, son of the slain Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, they say he was chosen to be Supreme Leader. I haven't seen that reported anywhere else. I will say the New York Times has an article today. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's son emerges as leading choice to be his successor. They say if he is chosen, it may signal a victory for hardliners. They report, the Times, that senior clerics met today to deliberate, and the clear frontrunner, they say the clear frontrunner is Mojtaba Khamenei, son of Ali Khamenei. Oh, the building, sorry, by the way, Fars News, so I didn't see this before. Iranian state media claims that the building, there was a building reportedly hit in Qom where the assembly of experts would meet to elect the new supreme leader. But Fars News claims the building was empty, state media. I can't confirm that. And an expert that the Times talked to said if Mojtaba is chosen to be supreme leader, he said it suggests a much more hardline Revolutionary Guard side of the regime is now in charge. So we'll see what happens. There's no official announcement on that from. There's no official announcement on that from Iran. A report from Reuters, guys. Reuters reports the CIA's station at the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia was hit yesterday by a suspected Iranian drone. There is no indication the station was the target. That's the Riyadh Embassy. We heard it had been struck by a drone yesterday, I believe. That's a report about what happened yesterday. Okay, some of our viewers were mentioning flight radar. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment here. If you go to flightradar24.com, you can see Iranian and Iraqi airspace cleared, and Kuwaiti airspace, and Syrian airspace. There have been lots of planes flying into the Middle East. We can filter for military planes. Military filter. Are there more planes flying into the Middle East? Hey, look, there's that one. Hey, look, it looks like that left from the U.S. Maybe some more tankers and flying from the U.S. and cargo planes flying from the U.S. to the Middle East. That one took off from the U.S. Seems to be heading possibly to the Middle East. That one took off from the U.S. And this one here. And this one here. There's a bunch of tanker planes flying there, says our viewer. Jordan? I don't know what's normally flying around here. Oh, over here people are saying. Yeah, people point out this. Our viewers point out we have that tanker, that tanker, that tanker. You know, this happened last night too. Same thing happened last night. These took off from Tel Aviv. This might be happening every day for all I know. These all took off from Tel Aviv. We saw this last night. We saw a bunch of planes. We saw a bunch of tankers, refueling tankers, take off from Tel Aviv and head towards the middle, head towards Iran, and then they disappeared. So last night I think we saw 4 or 5 at once. So that might be something just happening every day to, refill U.S. and Israeli attack planes. But you do see all these tankers there. They all took off from Tel Aviv. I assume they're doing it again. A lot of them, a bunch of them now have turned off their transponders. Yeah, these are not being actively. When you see the black dotted line, that's estimated position. So a bunch of them, you can't even track them actively anymore. One of our viewers says thirsty fighter jets. That's interesting. You can go to flightradar24.com and check them out yourself, if you'd like. Hey, thanks to the dude 3442. That's really nice of you. Confidence in God and Lavender Haze, our members. Thank you. CW, thank you so much. Dan Milky. Hey, thanks, Dan. Thanks for being a longtime viewer. I appreciate that, Dan. Thanks. Jeff0630. Thank you. Trevor Keys, who says, happy birthday, Milagros. Thanks, Trevor. Thanks, Obelisk, who said, see all the planes out of Tel Aviv. Flight Radar. Thanks, Obelisk, 86. Thanks, Otriar driver Chris. Thanks, Accuret. Thanks, Michael Burmester. Thanks, Vast Majority. Thanks, Lemaine. Thank you, Katie Kubiak. Thanks, URX Aradhya. Thank you. Emma Langford, Midas Cam, thanks. Michelle Wilkins, Vast Majority. We usually don't really hear it on the audio. When on the Beirut stream, we sometimes see ground fire going up into the sky, but we don't really hear audio with it. At least I usually don't. Thanks, Giovanni Nicole. Will Iran announce their new supreme leader soon? Igor Bobik reports, so Trump administration officials briefed members of Congress today about Iran. We've been hearing reactions. Igor Bobik reports that Josh Hawley says after the classified briefing, the U.S. military operation in Iran sounds quite large. It sounded very open-ended to me, he said. He said the aims are very ambitious. As I mentioned, Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut said after the briefing, I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground. Thaytux News mentioned that Mark Satter, with roll call, said Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey said during the Iran briefing today, officials said they expected the U.S. death toll to rise, and some of those deaths could be the result of Iran's targeting of embassies, etc. A lot of reports online about attacks in Iraq tonight by the U.S. and Israel. N12 News says Arab media reports several attacks against targets of pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. I don't have video, live video from Iraq or from Iran. So we've heard a bunch of reports of airstrikes going on in those places. And hold on a second. Update on Operation Epic Fury. Hey, new video from Central Command. Update on Epic Fury. Right now, let's watch what Central Command has to say. They just came out with a video. What are they saying? Let's see. 5-minute video. 5-minute video. Oh my gosh, we're going to put this on the screen for you. What do they say?
The commander of United States Central Command. In this capacity, I lead U.S. military forces in the Middle East. I'm here to provide you an update on Operation Epic Fury, now in our 4th day of execution. First, I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the families and teammates of the extraordinary Americans who've been killed in action. And I'd also like to extend our prayers for a speedy recovery to the wounded. Yesterday, you heard from Secretary Hegseth and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Today, I'd like to give you an operational update on where we are and provide you with some key facts. By order of the President of the United States and the Secretary of War, our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans, as they've been doing for nearly half a century. Having spent more than 36 years in the military, I could not be prouder of America's sons and daughters in uniform who are answering the call. More than 50,000 troops, 200 fighters, 2 aircraft carriers, and bombers from the United States are participating in this operation, and more capability is on the way. These forces bring a massive amount of firepower, representing the largest buildup by the U.S. in the Middle East in a generation. In the opening hours of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. Central Command forces, together with Israel, delivered overwhelming and unprecedented strikes into Iran. Many of you may remember the shock and awe strikes of 2003. The first 24 hours of this operation were nearly double the scale, and we continue with 24/7 strikes into Iran from seabed to space and cyberspace. Now, we're less than 100 hours into this operation, and we've already struck nearly 2,000 targets with more than 2,000 munitions. We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us. Our B-2 bombers and B-1 bombers have executed uncontested surgical strikes against multiple missile facilities deep inside Iran. And then just last night, a B-52 bomber force struck ballistic missile and command and control posts. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side. For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman, and we will not stop. We will continue to conduct dynamic targeting operations. We're hunting Iran's last remaining mobile ballistic missile launchers to eliminate what I would characterize as their lingering launch capability. Now, in retaliation, the Iranian regime has launched over 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones. To be clear, Iran is indiscriminately targeting civilians as they launch these missiles and drones. You've seen it on TV. The evidence is crystal clear and overwhelming. Having said this, we are seeing Iran's ability to hit us and our partners is declining, while our combat power, on the other hand, is building. And my overall operational assessment is that we are ahead of our game plan. Along the way, every single branch of our military is achieving unprecedented success. I'll talk about just a few of them. Our naval forces have deployed multiple waves of cruise missiles, obliterating Iranian command and control and air defense capabilities. From 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, we're squeezing Iran from the sea and have them backed into their own ports. U.S. air forces are doing what they do best, executing a high volume of airstrikes right into Iran. Operationally, the two most powerful air forces in the world, the U.S. and Israel, are dominating the skies of the world's largest state sponsor of terror. Our U.S. Army soldiers are defending ourselves and our partners, and in a historic first, the U.S. Army fired long-range precision strike missiles called PRISMs in combat, providing an unrivaled deep strike capability. Also for the first time, U.S. Central Command's drone task force, called Task Force Scorpion Strike, launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects. I'd like to point out these drones were originally an Iranian design. We took them back to America, made them better, and fired them right back at Iran. I just could not be prouder of our men and women in uniform, leveraging innovation to create dilemmas for the enemy. There is no adversary too determined, no mission too difficult for the great soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen that make up the most powerful military the world has ever seen. Our military objectives are crystal clear, and our people are executing an immensely complex and historic mission with relentless lethality, conviction, and professionalism. And we've just begun. But I have the utmost confidence that we, alongside our partners, will absolutely achieve our military objectives. To all our warriors, Godspeed. Thanks so much.
There's the update video that was just put out by Central Command. I do want to show you guys, we haven't even looked at what President Trump said today when he was asked some questions. I think in a little bit I'm going to show you that. So, you know, earlier we heard reports about a strike in Beirut. We didn't see it on this camera, and I didn't see it on another Beirut camera. Ariel Oserin, who is with, Ariel is with I-24 News. He says there was an airstrike in Aramoun, south of Beirut. He says that that location of a strike is unusual because that area is usually inhabited by Druze and Christians. So it's possible we didn't see that strike on the camera before because it happened in an area that normally the strikes wouldn't happen in. Ariel Oserin reports that that strike reportedly targeted a commander in Lebanon's branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. And we did hear in that video that the U.S. claimed they had destroyed 17 Iranian vessels. When Marco Rubio spoke earlier today, he talked about how the attacks on Iran were going to step up in the coming hours and days. And he said, it sounded like he said the phrase, unleash Chang. And I don't know if he was misspeaking. Is that a real phrase, unleash Chang? People were talking, yeah, unleash Chang. I see a couple articles about it. France 24 said, Rubio said, we're going to unleash Chang on these people. New York Post says, Rubio said, U.S. was preparing to unleash Chang on Iran. Oh, the White House posted it. Hey, look, the White House posted it. Check it out. Rubio, we're going to unleash Chang on those people. What does unleash Chang mean? We're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and intensity of these attacks.
I said this yesterday and I repeat, what's about to, you're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions. This terroristic, radical, Claire said this yesterday, and I repeat, what's about to, you're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks. As frankly, unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these. About to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity.
It's interesting. The White House this is a White House account, and they reposted it, and it says unleash Chang. Now, I figured, well, either it's a mistake or I just don't know what it is, but like lots of other people do. It doesn't seem like the chat, I don't have everybody in the chat yelling at me saying it means this. So the chat certainly doesn't seem to have a consensus on what it means. I'm going to ask AI if it's a phrase. Gemini AI says it's a real phrase, usually spelled unleash Chang, C-H-I-A-N-G. It's a bit of an inside baseball Republican idiom with a long, strange history that Marco Rubio has been part of for decades. The phrase originally refers to Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the Chinese nationalist forces who fled to Taiwan after losing the Chinese Civil War. Back in the 1950s Cold War, hardline China lobby Republicans argued that the Truman administration should unleash Chang, that they should let Chang's forces invade the mainland. George H.W. Bush began to use the phrase on the tennis court, ironically, saying he would yell, unleash Chang when he was about to hit a powerful serve. All right, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. So in the White House post, it's misspelled, I guess. It should be C-H-I-A-N-G. The White House said C-H-A-N-G. He did say, in the next few hours and days, you're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and intensity of these attacks. Quick thank you to Vast Majority and Alex Fox 599 and Treasure Please and Steve Otten and Analo Galen. Thanks also Huang Vincent. Very nice of you. Yes, who mentioned it's about Chiang Kai-shek. Thanks to Huang Vincent for mentioning that in the chat. Thanks Vast Majority and Blake Y3Q and Wyatt B97 and Josh Barnes. Josh says, how do we know those flights on flight radar aren't spoofs? I don't know anything about spoofs, but I haven't heard anybody with Flight Radar or any of the experts I follow say that. So I'm assuming that if they thought it was, they would say it. Thank you, Josh Barnes. It's not something I've been hearing. I guess maybe Josh is asking because he wonders why they let why those flights have those transponders on for takeoff, which is an understandable question. It seems like you can see them taking off from Tel Aviv, those refueling tankers. Then once they go a little bit, they go off. They stop being trackable. I don't know what the reason for that is. I'm sure there's a reason for it. Sounds like an AI question to see what AI will come up with. I wonder what the AI will say. When these tankers take off, according to Gemini AI, they could have their transponders on. They could be trackable during takeoff for collision avoidance. Also, it could be a political signal to demonstrate to the enemy what's happening, maybe. So again, one thing is saying is that Gemini AI is saying maybe they have to keep their they have to remain visible to civilian air traffic control and other planes' traffic collision avoidance system on takeoff. Maybe that's what it is. Thanks, Louis Belmont Show and Miss Curvy. Thank you, David Darf. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Also, the Dude 3442. Hey, shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators. We have moderating Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk. Thank you so much. They're moderating over on YouTube. They're the reason that we can even have chat rooms, our moderators. Thank you. On Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook. Hey, thanks Darlene Carrick for the stars. I appreciate that, Darlene. And Christy Claff for subscribing. Tina Niazi is moderating over there. Thanks, Tina. Paul Anderson. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body. Thanks to all of our mods. Also, shout out on Twitch to Cigarette in a Movie and Insatiable D and Justin Winters and Hawaiian Hooligan and Enspire. Kara Mon, thank you. Tukawa, thank you. NY Landerlack, TCHNR on Twitch, thank you. Bada being an assassin. And Domino Nova, thank you too for your support. Also, thank you too. Hey, that's very kind of you, Michael Glover. Thank you, Michael Glover, for your support. I kind of want to play some of what Trump said today. Is that going to drive people crazy? Because he answered questions about Iran. I haven't even watched it. But the problem is I can't, people say yes. Does yes mean it's going to drive you crazy, or yes mean you want me to play it? People are saying yes, but I don't know what yes means. That's my fault on the question. Play it, both, no, play it. A bunch of people are saying play it. I just meant, is it going to drive you crazy because people don't want to see a video of something? I think I'm going to play some of it. We'll see how, again, I haven't even had a chance to watch it, and I was interested in what he was saying today. He answered a bunch of questions. So why don't we look at it? Let's look at it and see how it goes. I'll keep an eye on it. I mean, if stuff happens, I'll just go away from it, and if there's alerts or whatever. But let me pull it up here. Oh, I can put it on the top. I'll put it on the top. I'll leave the Beirut cam on. Oh no, I'll leave both cams on. I'll leave both cameras on. I'll put it on the side. Oops, I don't want to do that. So what I got to do here is do it this way. I'll do it this way. I'll leave the other cameras up, but I'll turn the volume down. Triple camera coverage. All right, so I'm going to post. This is him. I believe he's answering. This is him answering questions. I'll forward through the part where he talks to the German chancellor. I think that's not most of it, though. I think most of it is him answering questions. Oh yes. Okay. So I'm gonna start right where he starts answering questions. So what I'm gonna do, I'll put this, like I'll make it small and I'll put it over, maybe I'll put it here. How does that sound? What if I put it right there? And then this is from earlier today. At least you can see it. We can hear it. Earlier today, right? That's too big. Obviously too big. Earlier today. Earlier today. Okay. So this is Trump answering questions earlier today. And let's hear some of what I'll keep it small on the screen, but let's hear some of what he had to say. And I'll keep an eye on for other reports too. He basically says, what are your questions? So here are the questions.
Good.
Comfortable place.
Hope you liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place. And a famous place.
That's good. Very famous.
So many former presidents.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them where it is much more appropriate. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people. And the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit. And I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership. And it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the #1 in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
So Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock. They built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So I'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. They have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And a big part of that goes to them and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. These were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Mr. President, what exactly was the imminent threat, Mr. President?
Not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to potentially help you? Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful, and some haven't, and I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great; he's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
What is the expectation towards?
And I'm not. By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease. Okay, he made it for whatever reason. He made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him, and it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Mr. President, what's your expectations towards Germany? What can Germany do, and what should Germany do to help you in this conflict?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular, now with this leader, with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, "You're hurting your country with immigration, and you're hurting your country with energy." And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition, or munitions, as they say, we've given away to. The Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. The Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, a question to both of you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy, and also with the Chancellor?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil price.
Just to update you, we have a couple of, at this point, one rocket alert in the Northeast. In the Northeast, they just disappeared. There were briefly a couple of rocket alerts in the northeast of the country, and they disappeared. I'll look into that, but that was only up there for a little bit, so I'll check out what I can find.
Prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible, and we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah, something had to be done, and it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran, and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell, these people, what they have to go and the way they have to live, this is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, something. And I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, they're losers. That's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before.
Could
Go ahead, please.
Mr. President.
Yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US in this question?
Between who?
The conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US. How do you want to solve it?
And U.S. and who?
EU.
European Union.
How do you want to
Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case. We won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs, and tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. You know, they move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that
I have an update for you. So we heard him speak about. We heard President Trump speak about Iran. I have an update for you. I have an update for you guys. A report from the Wall Street Journal. You ready for this? Wall Street Journal reports, the Wall Street Journal reports, a Kuwaiti F-A-18 fighter jet was the cause of the accidental shoot-down of 3 American F-15s on Sunday, according to 3 people familiar with initial reports of the incident. One F-A-18 pilot launched 3 missiles against the U.S. aircraft, according to a U.S. official. The journal says that the incident occurred soon after multiple Iranian drones penetrated Kuwaiti air defenses. Oh. It occurred soon after multiple Iranian drones penetrated Kuwaiti air defenses, with one killing 6 American service members. Kuwaiti officials were on edge when their radars detected the jets flying in and fired on them, the person said. Anyways, so again, the Wall Street Journal is saying that one jet shot down 3 American F-15s and one pilot launched 3 missiles. I mean, I can't confirm that. Anyways, I just wanted to let you know that. I reposted the link in the chat. Some of our viewers don't believe it. So did the pilot launch them all at once? Did the pilot see a bunch of things on the radar and say, I think they're drones, so I'm going to just launch my 3 missiles at them? I don't know. Some of our viewers think it's not true. I'm just telling you, that's the Wall Street Journal report. Martinez says very sketchy. I'm gonna. We don't have to watch the rest of the Trump appearance. I mean, I played. He might have talked more about. Should I just play the? I mean, there's probably 17 minutes more of the Trump appearance, but he already answered a bunch of questions on Iran. So, I bet a bunch of the rest is not on Iran. So we don't have to watch the next 17 minutes. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. We showed you his appearance. Because he just started talking about tariffs. It's not all about Iran. If it were all about Iran, I would play it. Yeah, I'm making an executive decision. We got to see what he talked about Iran. Again, the Wall Street Journal reporting that one Kuwaiti fighter jet shot down the 3 American F-15s and said it came soon after multiple Iranian drones penetrated Kuwaiti air defenses, including one that killed the 6 Americans. That's the report. They say one pilot launched 3 missiles against the U.S. aircraft. Would you have a new alert of some sort? Let's see. A rocket alert in the northeast. It's gone. It's already gone. There was a rocket alert in the northeast of Israel for about a few seconds, and now it has disappeared. Now it has disappeared, the alert. One of our viewers says, I think someone is full of crap. Hey, we're going to get election results soon. So I'm going to keep an eye on the election results. Texas primaries tonight. Oh, the earlier today is still up. I'm sorry. I had the earlier today up because Trump was speaking. Thanks, Jake W., for mentioning that. Hey, thanks, Vast Majority, who says that's some Top Gun Maverick type of stuff. Thanks also, Sprinkles DMC Walk. Thanks, Shizzleflarf. Michael S., I have not heard about a U.S. ship being hit. I've seen no reporting about that. Thank you, CB5171, KRH Systems, Aggie Squirrel, Charles Case, thanks for the memberships, Charles Case, it's very nice of you. Vast Majority, Daniela W. Peppy6195, thank you so much, appreciate it. Thank you for watching too. Lisa Sawyer, Peppy6195, 77 Yeely, 77 Yeely is watching from Uruguay. Wow, thanks for watching from Uruguay. Oh, hey guys, I just heard this from Decision Desk HQ. So Decision Desk HQ posted that a judge has extended the voting period in Dallas County, Texas tonight by 2 hours after confusion among many voters regarding their polling locations. So that's going to delay the Texas results. Dallas County was supposed to be, most of the polls were supposed to close at 8 Eastern time in Texas. Well, it's now been delayed by 2 hours. So if you're waiting for Texas results, you're going to be waiting longer. I'm interested in waiting for them, but that's going to delay everything. Dallas County has 2.6 million people. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Thanks also to Helgor3 and Gamoff over on Twitch, and Gonzalez on Twitch thanks Gonzalez for the gift subs. Loanato on Twitch, Mailevek, Cigarette and Movie, thank you. The Express News' Bayless Wagner said hundreds of voters in Dallas County, Texas were turned away for going to the wrong locations, and a district judge has extended the voting hours by 2 hours in Dallas County. It is 4:22 a.m. Iran time. It is 2:52 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time. Hey, AZ Intel posted that the New York Times said a man with ammunition for several types of weapons was arrested outside of the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's watch party in Dallas, Texas. Let me just mention that. I haven't seen that report yet. Dallas police took a man into custody outside of a hotel where Ken Paxton's watch party was. It's not immediately clear that the two events are related. The man was wearing a camouflage face mask, sunglasses, a hat, and gloves as he stood outside the hotel. AZ Intel posted about this. The New York Times said this person who was taken into custody outside of the Ken Paxton watch party. The New York Times says The man was wearing a camouflage face mask, sunglasses, a hat, and gloves as he stood outside the Marriott Dallas Uptown. A member of Mr. Paxton's campaign said the man told him he was an Uber driver, but the staff member doubted that story, observing that the car he was driving appeared to have no plates. Anyway, so I don't know if that guy was up to something or not. Mr. Paxton is set to appear at that event, by the way. Thanks to AZ Intel for posting about that. Update, I missed this. Hey, I missed this. Some of you guys probably sent this to me. Another press conference tomorrow. I missed it when it was posted. Faye Tuck's News posted it, reposted it. Hey guys, look. There's another press conference tomorrow. Operation Epic Fury, 8 a.m. again? 8 a.m. again? Maybe we'll cover that. We'll have to see how the scheduling works out. Another one. Another press conference. Autism Mommy sent me that too. Thank you. Let's see. I wanted to mention again the thing about the Kurds for people who didn't hear about that. If I'm awake, I'll cover it. I never can tell what the scheduling is going to be like here, so we'll have to see how things go. I mean, look, I'll say this. I don't know what they're going to talk about tomorrow. Maybe it'll be a lot of new information. I don't feel like there was a lot of new information given in the previous press conference. So if we can cover it, we'll cover it. Will there be any more attacks tonight? I have no idea. You know, look, Iran, the last couple days, they have, for the most part, not been launching big missile attacks. They've been launching a bunch of drones, too. But at least into Israel, there have not, the last couple of days, I mean, I think yesterday they went about 10 hours between attacks. And the ones I've seen, at least, have not been particularly big. The missile attacks. Now, they've been launching missiles at other countries, too. They've been launching a lot of drones, you know. Shockingly says almost constant attacks on Bahrain. You know, we don't have cameras in the other countries, but you hear about attacks in Bahrain and, again, other countries, too. Apparently, they fired a drone that hit the U.S. consulate area in Dubai today. Just to reiterate, in case you haven't heard, CNN reported today, that the CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran. CNN says the Trump administration has been in active discussion with Iranian opposition groups and Kurdish leaders in Iraq about providing them with military support. And CNN said Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days. One of our viewers says, Tidewell says, arm the Kurds so Trump can betray them again? What could go wrong? And ITV was reporting something similar. Oh, did the lights go out? Did you guys see lights go out? I remember from 2024 we would see lights go out on some buildings in the Lebanon feed. I don't know if that's just the power going out. Normally, I know we used to see that a bunch. Hang on, I'll check one thing. B says a couple sections went out. By the way, this is an AI question. I said to Gemini, does power go out regularly in Beirut? Gemini, power outages are a constant and defining feature of life in Beirut. The state-run utility is typically only able to provide between 6 and 10 hours of electricity per day. Okay, by the way, ITV News is also reporting U.S. seeking an armed uprising inside Iran with ground operation expected within days. ITV reports that since last year, weapons have been smuggled into western Iran to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They are expected to begin a ground operation within days. ITV reports that American and Israeli forces have been asked to provide air cover when any such ground operation begins, but it is unclear if that request has been approved. Why would they disclose that? Yes, why would this be leaked? It's a good question. Why, if it's true, why would it be leaked? So who knows? I mean, so I could come up with scenarios. Suppose that Kurds thought they weren't receiving enough support. Maybe they'd be like, maybe they're like in desperation, we got to leak this. Suppose somebody doesn't want it to happen. They might leak it too. I could come up with all kinds of reasons why people might leak it. But it seems like somebody on the inside is leaking it to multiple outlets. Deluxe message says, how much are they getting paid? Al Jazeera says, Iranian media says there are explosions in the southern Iranian city of Avaz, the central city of Isfahan, and the western city of Sanandaj. Tatsiki says, I'm waiting to see if Mossad has a one-up for the pager explosion mission no one saw coming. Someone asked about, did they open Israel airport? Coach Justin. I had read that it was maybe going to be opened over time. Yeah, the Times of Israel says Ben Gurion Airport may open this week to allow repatriation flights. And they said Israel's considering a gradual reopening of its airspace earlier than the start of next week. The New York Times reports that Khamenei's son, Mojtaba, known as a hardliner, the New York Times says he is the leading candidate to be the new supreme leader. OSINT Technical points out that there's another report of a ship attack tonight. This is from UKMTO, which is, I believe, run by the British Navy. Look at this here. UKMTO, this is south of the Strait of Hormuz. UKMTO has received a report of an incident 7 nautical miles east of UAE Fujairah, the master reported the vessel being struck by an unknown projectile, causing damage to the steel plating. Iran has attacked a number of boats in recent days, of ships in waters off of Iran. There has been no fire or water intake. All crew reported safe. Our viewer, Nev, says maybe there would be a Kurdish uprising to lure the Iranian army to the west. Here is Lebanon, which is an account I follow about Lebanon, says Israeli warplanes are flying intensely above Beirut and its suburbs. I do not know if we might see more attacks in the Beirut area. It's possible. I didn't realize this. Howard Lutnick will be testifying before the House Oversight Committee as part of their investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. I just saw that. Hang on one moment here.
To it.
One moment here. I will say the last couple days we have heard Trump and we've heard Marco Rubio talk about how things are going to really ramp up with the U.S. military activity soon. They said you'll see this. We haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I mean, Israel is carrying out a bunch of strikes in Tehran today. They said extensive strikes. Yeah, I'm aware there have been strikes in Tehran. Israel said they were carrying out extensive strikes in Tehran. I have not yet seen anything where I'm like, wow, that is a huge difference from what the U.S. did before. So I'm assuming it hasn't started yet. Mike says we won't see things ramp up. Well, that's not what President Trump and Marco Rubio said. Here's the quote from Marco Rubio. We watched it earlier. Remember? Look. Unleashing Chang? Unleashing Chang? Remember? Today?
I said this yesterday and I repeat, what's about to, you're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions. This terroristic, radical, cleric-led regime cannot be ever allowed to have nuclear weapons. We saw what they were willing to do to their own people. They were willing to slaughter their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do to us. Imagine what they would do to others. Under President Trump, that will never, ever happen.
There you go. Okay. Hold on a moment here. As we said before, Unleash Chang is a reference to Chiang Kai-shek. Who was a military commander whose government was based in mainland China until it was defeated in the Chinese Civil War. And he ended up leading the government on the island of Taiwan. When do I have videos of like some election related stuff tonight, so we'll be keeping you an update on. We'll keep you updated about the election developments. The Texas poll race because Dallas is now open 2 hours later, so are there not going to be Texas numbers for another couple hours? Dallas County, Texas polls close at 10 Eastern now. Give me 1 second here. Oh, we have some votes in. Hey guys, I'm just going to give you an update. I know not all of you are interested in this, but just an update from DDHQ on, I know some of you might be interested in the election stuff. So Texas U.S. Senate Republican race right now, we have John Cornyn, but see, I don't know enough about where these votes are coming from. If nobody wins a majority, there's going to be, if nobody wins 50%, there's a runoff. So that's my understanding. So Cornyn and Paxton are the two top candidates. But I'll keep an eye on that. But again, right now, I haven't signed in. I didn't sign in yet. Larry Picklejaw says they'll 100% be a runoff. So I'll keep checking on that. It's early, and I don't have enough about where the votes are coming from and stuff. Hold on a second here. What's going on here? Oh, I wanted to show you. I'll keep an eye on it. I don't know why it's so slow here. I just wanted to take 2 seconds and talk about this. Okay. How about the Democrat race? I wonder, is there, this is also a really big race, the Democratic nomination race, Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. So right now, Crockett's a little ahead. But again, most of the vote is not in. So I'll check back in on this later on. We'll keep an eye on this. We will be keeping an eye on it for you. Okay? Oopsie. Uh-oh, I gotta switch the feed up. I lost the Beirut feed, one of the Beirut feeds. That's unfortunate. I think I have a different one. But let me, for the moment, figure this out. Oh. Hey, it's Tel Aviv. There, it's Tel Aviv. So loud. That's Tel Aviv. I have a Haifa cam too, which I can put up on the screen. I do have a Beirut camera actually. Hold on. I have a Beirut camera. There's Beirut. So let's do it this way. Oh, the audio on this is awful. Hang on, I got to complain about the audio on this. This is the Beirut cam with very terrible audio. Listen to all that static. What I'll do is I'll put the Tel Aviv cam back up and leave this up too. So we'll put this there. Fine. And we'll get Tel Aviv up. One moment, please. Speaker Johnson is speaking. Is that live or was that earlier? I don't have it right here. One moment, please. None of these cams have missile stuff on it anymore because the government is saying that they can't be shown live when the missile attacks are happening. Okay, here, oops, hold on. Everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. There, that's Tel Aviv. Wait a second here. What's happening here? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Okay, we got Tel Aviv and we got Beirut. Here you go. Tel Aviv and Beirut. Maybe I can bump up the brightness on the Beirut cam a little bit. Doesn't really help. It's just kind of a dark camera. Okay. Wait, have we got any volume on that one? Let's see. Alerts? Someone said alerts? There are... Yeah, this is... Oh, there's another one of these. It's not... This is similar to before. It's like we've periodically seen there's one or two alerts in the northeast of the country. I don't even know that. Yeah, they're gone. They're already gone. They're already gone. I'll check and see if I can get information there. I don't see. There doesn't seem to be any volume on this Tel Aviv shot. Oh, there is a little volume on this actually. Hang on one moment here. Give me one moment. Oh, here is an update on the man arrested outside of Attorney General Ken Paxton's watch party tonight, which we already told you about. Fox News is reporting on now. Remember, Ken Paxton is, I would call him a Trump fan. He is running for the Republican nomination in Texas for the Senate. So Brooke Taylor of Fox says that this man was arrested outside of the Ken Paxton watch party. And this is, again, a watch party Ken Paxton is supposed to be at. Police found firearms. Uh-oh. Hold on. We lost. All right. For the moment, let's just make this big so I can finish talking what I was talking about. Hold on. This is Tel Aviv. Police found firearms and ammunition in his car. He was wearing a camouflage hat, mask, and gloves. His car had no license plates on it. So that happened. One of the viewers says, not illegal? Dave Wasserman, who is an elections analyst, for those following the Democratic primary in the Senate primary in Texas, Dave Wasserman says that Tallarico wins the Nueces County Corpus Christi early vote 62-36 over Crockett. The first indication that he is winning Hispanic voters. If that's the case elsewhere, he would be the heavy favorite to win, says Dave Wasserman. There is hold on a second, I want to check out one other thing here. One of the viewers mentioned to me there is a Beirut cam. Is this a manned camera? Let me ask them about this. One of the viewers pointed out there's another Beirut cam at AP I don't know how long that's going to be up there for. There's a chance I would buy it, but there's nothing really happening on any of the cameras right now. Nothing really happening. Oh yes, this is Tel Aviv. I'm sorry. I forgot to have the clock up. Why isn't the clock up? Where did the clock go? I see what happened. I'm sorry. Yes, it says Tel Aviv. Sorry about that. You know, certainly a bunch of reports of strikes in Iran and Iraq tonight. In terms of what we can actually see, we have not had a bunch of alerts. It's been quiet on the Beirut cameras when we've had them. At the moment, the last few hours, I haven't had any big updates from like active things going on. I'll keep checking though. 5:05 Iran time. Some people are mentioning a CNN report. Is that something that happened, a new thing that happened, or are they reporting about something that happened before? Yeah, I don't see, I'm looking at, yeah, CNN reported 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, CNN said Qatar said an Iranian missile hit Al Udeid air base, but did not cause any casualties. The Qatari defense minister said that a Iranian ballistic missile hit Al Udeid air base, the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East, but did not cause any casualties. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that before. Yes, so they posted this 4 hours ago. I hadn't seen this. Qatar said that, here look, you'll see it right here. The state of Qatar was targeted by 2 ballistic missiles launched from Islamic Republic of Iran. Air defense systems successfully intercepted one, while the second struck Al Udeid Qatari base without any casualties. That's interesting. KC thinks Iran is spent. Eric says Iran seems like it's able to hold out, looking bad for the U.S. Murph says, why was Gaza on the list of places the U.S. told citizens to evacuate from? Well, there may be U.S. citizens there. There might be U.S. citizens who live there or visit family there or work there. I'm looking at the list now. I'm pulling it up here. If I can find it. Now I can't find that list. One of the viewers said could be a few stragglers. But I think there might be people with, yeah, Gaza is on the list. Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. But as are Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, UAE, and Yemen. So I don't know how many U.S. citizens are there, but there could be some there. Yeah, I was looking into the AP has a Lebanon feed, which a Beirut feed, which one of the viewers was mentioning. I kind of want. I'm asking them how long it's going to be on for. I mean, there's nothing going on it right now. It might be more interesting to have up than this. I would have to buy it from them, but I want to check in on how long it's going to be on for. I also don't have. Oh, Michael Watley won the primary. Decision Desk HQ says Michael Watley and Roy Cooper will face each other in the U.S. Senate race in North Carolina. They won their respective primaries. If you're wondering about the Democratic primary for Senate in Texas, let me just pull that up real quick here. So if you look at this here, over on Calshi, James Tallarico is now a 99% favorite. I told you before, it's basically between Tallarico and Crockett for the Democratic nomination in Texas. And Dave Wasserman thought that early numbers were looking good for Tallarico. So you can see here, though, that it's up to 99% on Calshi for Tallarico. He is leading by 8%. Republican race, it may end up having to be a runoff between Paxton and Cornyn. And just to show you, for those interested, this is the Kalshi markets the last 6 hours, and Tallarico was the strong favorite, but just in the last hour or so it's really gone up, and now he's at 99. Anyways. Let's take some more comments from you guys here. NY committee thinks Tallarico makes more sense for the general. Shuja says it seems like there is less media than the first war with Iran. Do you mean with Iraq or something? Well, you're saying less media like there? Do you mean you're saying there seems to be less media like in Israel or something? Vince says, do you think there's going to be more strikes in the next days? Well, Rubio and Trump have said there's going to be a lot more. They have said the U.S. military activity is going to be increasing, notably in the coming days. Noticeably. AP reports one of the U.S. soldiers who died from an Iranian drone strike, Nicole Amour, 39, was just days away from coming home to her husband and 2 children when she was killed. Terrible. Her husband said the last month had been a state of constant concern. She was moved off base to a shipping container style building a week before the drone attack. The building had no defenses, her husband said. They were dispersing because they were in fear that the base they were on was going to get attacked, and they felt it was safer in smaller groups in separate places, he said. The couple exchanged messages just about 2 hours before she was killed. How terrible. That's from Associated Press. That's really bad. Give me one moment here. What a terrible story that is. I was waiting to get, okay, guys, so should I, the Beirut feed from AFP is down. So I was thinking of buying, I don't know that really we'll see anything on it, but just to have it up there, AP has a camera from Beirut, which you can see a lot of. So maybe I'll buy the AP Beirut camera so we can, it's possible that stuff could happen on the Beirut camera. So maybe I'll buy the AP Beirut camera. They're not cheap, but I'm happy to do it. If people have interest in, do people want that camera? Does the chat want that camera? Chat, is that something you're interested in? More people are saying yes than no. I mean, if you're all like, we don't care about Beirut, yeah, don't worry about the cost. I just want to know if that's something you want. People are saying yes. I'll do it. People have been very generous, so all right, I'm going to buy the AP camera because I don't have the AFP one, and that was a good one. Let me just, the one thing I'm going to check is, the AFP one is very good. It just went down. Let me just message AFP real quick and see if they think their camera's coming back. Switch to the elections? No, I'm not going to switch to the elections because the title of this stream is the Iran stream. And also, I mean, a lot of the election results, we kind of know, we know kind of how it's looking and stuff. So I don't want to, we're not doing an election. If there was no war stuff, we would cover the election. But if we're going to cover it, I want to cover it. Otherwise, I'm just going to give updates about it. But most people who are watching for the war information. So I'll give you updates about the election. We did a couple updates on it. Mary Arnold just donated camera money. That's very nice of you, Mary. All right, I'll just buy it. I'll buy it. People have been generous. Let me buy it. People are saying buy it. Hang on a moment. We're going to go with that camera. Oh, hold on. We're going to get the Beirut camera right now. Done. Thank you. Some people donated to support the Beirut camera. I just bought it. So we're good to go. We're good to go. People have been very generous about supporting the channel, so certainly you deserve to have that camera bought for you if you want it. I mean, if people were like, I don't care about the Beirut camera, I'd be like, well, why am I buying it? But a lot of people said they wanted to see it. So it's a good feed. They said it's going to be on for several hours. Let me get it up on the screen for you. All right, here is the camera from AP. This is the Beirut camera from AP. I hope I didn't oversell it. I think it's a good camera. I do think you're more likely to see something on this camera than the other cameras. Oh, was it? Did something explode there like a couple of minutes ago? One of our viewers said they heard an explosion a short while ago on this camera. Hang on a moment. I don't think I can rewind it. Hold on. Let me check the Lebanon sources. I don't see. I just checked my Lebanon accounts I follow, and I'm not usually, if there's an attack, if there's an airstrike, they post about it. And I'm not seeing the Lebanon account say like 5 minutes ago, oh, there was a new airstrike. Is there? There's alerts happening. Oh, there's some rocket alerts. I think they're already gone. So periodically tonight there have been some like one or two rocket alerts or a few rocket alerts in the Northeast, and then they just go away. So this is not new. There were a couple minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, there were some rocket alerts in the north, but they're not even there anymore. Our viewers seem to like this feed, though. Our viewers seem to like this feed. Well, I'm glad people like it. Let me see what people say. Sugar says 30 seconds before you bought it or mentioned it, I heard a boom on it. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, somebody said smoke or fog. I mean, it does look like there's maybe some smoke or fog. I'm not sure. Right now it is about 4 a.m. Beirut time. Hey, by the way, thank you to TRP FSU. It's very nice of you. First name, last name, thank you. Roy, thank you so much, Roy. Thomas Cote, thank you. Happening Hapner, thank you. Joshua, JXua, thanks for telling your family about the channel, thank you. Mosh Miri for the memberships, wow. Lee, thank you. LKC Rog, thank you. Jihad Gelati, thank you. Me and my dog's always tuning in, thank you. Also, Victoria Dela Paz, October Betty, D-Tex, thank you, D-Tex. Steve O, Steve SRB, who says, been hearing small arms fire in the Beirut camp. We had the Beirut camp up for a while when AFP had it, and I really didn't hear much on it. Oh, I mean, eventually I'm probably going to get the AFP camera back, but I'm good having this camera, given that we don't really have, nothing really is happening on the other cameras. So, well, if we have two cameras from there, if we end up having two cameras from there, we have two cameras from there. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, BWK TLCN. Thank you. Firefly, thank you. Twitcher, thank you. Anna9406, Rusty Dangler, thank you. And Mary Arnold, that's very kind of you, Mary Arnold, thank you. Also, Jangeritson, Liquida Green, Barbara Smith, Louis R. I think our viewers paid for the camera. It's very nice of you. You didn't have to do that, by the way, but thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Star 37021. There are no alerts on the map right now. Oh, I got to keep an eye out. We're going to have footage of some of the Texas candidates speaking. So when the Texas candidates speak from the primaries, I'll probably put it up in a little box on the screen and let you hear what they have to say. Like, you know, Ken Paxton or Jasmine Crockett or Tallarico. I haven't seen the camera freeze. Hey, thanks to Video Mass on Twitch, London Monarch, Cece, Jack's Animals, Helgore3 on Twitch, Gamma 5, Gonzalez, thank you. Also Sobek, thanks so much Sobek, Inhalation Aerosol. Hey, Darth Rebo, that's so nice of you. Big Bird, thank you, Big Bird. Wow, so generous everybody. Thomas Richards, I'll put it towards the feeds. Thank you, Nick the Short, Martin Cam. I will put it towards the feeds. Also, hey, thanks so much to Charlie Glick and Anna Hawks. Thank you. Just to check in Texas with the, let me check in on the numbers. Maybe I can put it in a small box. So the Texas Democratic primary, let me put a small box up there. Can you guys see this? This is Texas Democratic primary for Senate. And Tallarico is up by 8.5%, and he is seen as the big favorite right now. He's at 99% on the Kalshi betting market. There was a debate on, there's been this discussion of who would be the better candidate for the Democrats in the general. I think Tallarico is seen as maybe somebody who would cross over more, but Crockett would be somebody who might excite the base more. Anyways, it's looking like Tallarico at the moment. Crappy thinks Crockett isn't that popular in Texas? So now let me show you, if I can here, the Republican race. Here is the Republican race. So 42% in. Cornyn, the incumbent, is leading, but if nobody gets 50%, there will be a runoff. There will be a runoff if nobody gets 50%. And I will say Paxton is still the favorite right now on Kalshi. Paxton is at 73%. So maybe the areas that are more Paxton friendly haven't reported as much. I don't know. Well, also maybe maybe the early vote favors Cornyn or whatever. But in terms of the election itself, looking like there will be a primary. Marty Hagwood says, I like Wesley Hunt. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that stuff. We will be covering in future months more primaries. I assume we'll cover the runoff in Texas when that happens. Oh, hold on a second here. The IDF issued another warning. We don't have cameras in southern Lebanon. I don't have cameras in southern Lebanon, but the IDF has been issuing lots of evacuation warnings for southern Lebanon. And they just issued another one where they urged, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 16 towns, villages and towns in southern Lebanon. That's not Beirut. And they said you have to evacuate your homes immediately and move away 1 kilometer outside the village to open land. So they've been conducting lots of strikes in southern Lebanon. You know, that's closer to Israel because Israel is south of, southern Lebanon is the part of Lebanon closest to Israel. So they just issued an evacuation order about 15 minutes ago. I'm not aware of any new evacuation orders for Beirut. Sometimes they issue those. And I haven't seen any of those in a little while. 5, yeah, so I'll let you know if there's any of those. I don't have a camera from the UAE. Yeah, I don't personally have North Israel cams, but as one of our viewers said, in theory you could catch something on one of those cams. As, was it Jawi said? But you could try Intel cams. Intel Cams has a North Israel cam. No, I don't think these buildings are on fire. I think those are street lights here. I think these are street lights in the front that you're seeing. That's not fire. I don't think. Hey, thanks to Bigfoot UFO, died suddenly, inhalation aerosol, Jane Jones. Did I thank Cosmic Brownie and Wick Farm? I'll thank them again. Friendly Actor Gardner, Thomas Scaloni, FSD and AZ. Karen Gal, Adrian Goodman, Paul Leary N. I don't know if I thanked some of these people. Did I thank Karen Sherwood? Val Cargo, my memory, I can't remember. Zero Dawn, Catherine Connolly, A Killer in My Driller. Mixed Verdict. Thomas Richards, Big Bird. I think I thanked Darth Rebo, but thank you. Thank you again, died suddenly. And Bigfoot UFO. One of the viewers thinks it's the calm before the storm. That sounded like maybe a boom, or maybe just a truck or something. That's gunfire. For whatever it's worth, that is gunfire. Hey, a quick thank you to Crystal Scott. My crystal clear life. Hey, thanks, my crystal clear life. That's very nice of you. Thank you. This camera actually has good audio. There's very good audio on this camera. Marty Hagwood gave 50 people memberships. Oh, I'm sorry, by the way, our viewer, Bigfoot thinks the buildings in the back are in fire. You know, that'd be a big fire. I don't know about that. I think that's the airport back there. I think you might be looking at the airport back there. I think this might be a camera looking to the south, and those big lights I think are the airport lights. Because the airport is to the south part of the city. I'm not sure though. Hold on a second. Hey, thanks, Dustin Does Stuff. Thank you, Dustin. Bigfoot UFO, News with Snacks. Again, Marty Hagwood gave 50 people memberships. Wow. Thanks, Marty. Please thank somebody like Marty or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. That's really nice of you. The current time in Beirut and Israel is 90 minutes earlier than Iran, so it would be 4:18. Matthew Felty thinks it's from the hotel we were watching in 24. Oh, the clock is frozen? You know what? The clock froze. Hold on, the time is off. I'm sorry. Why is the clock frozen? It froze about 5 minutes ago, I think. I got to refresh the clock. Let me refresh the clock. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. See if I can do this. I can do it. There, it's fixed. It's fixed. It's fixed. It's fixed. I don't know why that happened. About 5 minutes ago, the Iran time clock froze. It is now unfrozen. Thanks for letting me know. So it's about 4:15 Israel and Lebanon time. Hey, thanks also to Lorraine Sennett. That's very kind of you, Lorraine Sennett. Thank you. One of the items on President Trump's schedule tomorrow is he participates in a phone interview at 1:30 p.m. I don't know who's interviewing him. One of our viewers said Crenshaw is in trouble. Hold on a second here. So Dan Crenshaw, the incumbent, is not winning right now in Texas House 2. And there it is right there. Steve Toth is ahead. And Kalshi has this at 95% Toth victory. 63% of the votes are in. Thanks for mentioning it. Let's see here. We have do we have a pre-alert? We have missile pre-alert. Missile pre-alert in Israel. We are expecting missile alerts in Israel. And now, there were some missile alerts earlier, and not many missiles came in. So we'll see if this is different. According to Almog Boker, this is going to be in the south. I don't have a camera in the south, but even if I did have a camera in the south, the cameras are not allowed to show the missile alerts right now. Samuel says for the Negev. I don't know if it's going to be around Beersheba or what. It's pronounced both Beersheba and Beersheva. Sheva, right? Anyways, I will show you on the alert map when the alerts come in. But Almog Boker says it's for the south. The IDF says they have identified missiles launched from Iran towards the state of Israel. We are waiting for the alerts. Oh, launches from Iran have been detected in the Negev, the Gaza Strip, and the Judea region, says N12. And you will have alerts in the coming minutes. I will show you on the alert map where you can see the alerts, but it's going to be in the south from the reporting. Yes, it is 4:20 in Beirut and 4:20 in Israel. Thank you, Gary Principato. Thanks, Gary. Also, Sue 7Q1 666 Amaranth. Thank you. Teal Shot. Teal Shot thinks it's reminiscent of how Ukraine started. Thanks, Neighborly Friend. Neighborly Fiend. Thank you, Neighborly Fiend. And BN Rose, I think it is. BNN Rose. Thank you, Josh Barnes. Josh says, can the USA stop an Iranian hypersonic missile from hitting its aircraft carriers? I've not heard any reporting suggesting that it thought that the aircraft carriers were any kind of great danger from the Iranian missiles. I mean, they have other ships with them with defensive platforms on them. So I'll look it up, but I mean, I know there's a premium put on having defensive measures out there. Thanks to the Gabby doll. Gabby doll, this is the AP camera, which I bought for the stream tonight. Actually, probably the viewers bought it, are the ones who bought it with the donations. But anyways, this is the AP camera. A lot of times I'll have the AFP camera, but the AFP camera was out for a bit tonight, so we're doing this camera. Although I think at some point I might have both of them. Matthew Felty, we literally paid. I did not repost the CENTCOM update on my X account because I did not find it particularly informative. A number of our viewers thought it sounded like propaganda, but I'll leave that to you. But we did play the CENTCOM 5-minute video update on our stream, but I did not think there was a lot of really new information about that would change your understanding of the conflict at this point. They said they had sunk 17 Iranian ships. Hey, thanks to Matthew Felty and Deadwing. Thank you, Deadwing. Thanks for shouting out the moderators. Thanks also Seeing Eye Dogs as well. Thank you, Seeing Eye Dogs. I'm waiting for the alerts to come up. There's a bunch of debate online about whether Iran could sink a U.S. carrier. That's what Matthew Felty, was it Matthew who was asking about that? Oh, hold on a second, hold on. Hey, we have alerts right now. We have alerts. Here are the alerts in southern Israel. Southern Israel, I'm showing you the so far red alert map. You can see Beersheba and to the west and east of it. Those are the alerts in southern Israel. I don't have a camera from there. A number of our viewers are skeptical that Iran could sink an aircraft carrier. You can see a bunch where these alerts are right now in southern Israel. There is no alerts in the rest of the country. So I'm going to check and see. What the updates are about these alerts. You can see there's still some up there. The rocket. I don't have, again, I don't have a camera from that location, but I am going to check what Israeli media is saying about these alerts. Let me do a quick check of Israeli media while you look at Beirut. I'm going to do a really quick check of Israeli media to see what they're saying about these alerts. I don't have much for you yet. The alerts are now done in terms of not being on the map anymore. As you can see, no alerts there at the moment. Now I will check the Israeli media again to see what they are saying. I am not the one zooming in and out. The map automatically zooms in when there are new alerts, so I need to manually zoom it out, or otherwise you're just looking at a too zoomed in area. So I am not doing the in and out intentionally. You know, there was just a video posted from an Israel account I follow showing something flying through the sky in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I don't know if there was a rocket fired from there or what. I didn't see it on this camera. I see no updates about the rocket alert yet. Nothing from MDA, nothing from Israeli media. Crazy Yoda, what I said was, some of the viewers, when I played the CENTCOM video, some of the viewers said it sounded to them like propaganda. I said, I will let you decide what you think about it. I didn't say anything about it. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Thank you, Wildcat Mahone, and All American Breakers, and Seeing Eye Dogs. The IDF says, update. These were Lebanon launches. IDF says, following the alerts that were activated a short time ago. Oh no, this is not about the southern alerts. A few minutes ago, there were briefly some northern alerts, and they said those were for Lebanon launch rockets, and that most of them had been intercepted, and some fell in open areas with no casualties. Now, okay, so that's not the recent one. That's the one before. How about the one that just happened? Let's see. I don't have an update on that yet. Nothing yet. I still have no update for you about the latest alerts in southern Israel. on Intel Cams number 5, I thought I just saw a flash of some sort on the North Israel cam, but maybe that was just me. Dave Wasserman has projected that both John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, Republicans, will advance to the Senate Republican runoff in Texas. Okay? And that is going to be, what day is that? What day is the runoff? 2026. May 2nd? Oh no, May 26th. May 26th is the runoff in Texas. May 26th. Okay? It's strange, I still don't have any updates about what happened in the South. Nothing. M says Intel Cam Haifa hit? Oh, well, you know what I'm looking, so there was a little while ago some rockets launched from the north. The IDF says those were either intercepted or landed in open areas, but you may have seen one of those. If you're wondering about the Senate race, Democratic race in Texas, James Tallarico, with about half the voting, is winning by 8.5% over Jasmine Crockett, and on Kalshi right now, betting market, he is at 99%. The Republican race is going to a runoff. It is projected to go to a runoff. Oops, whoa, what happened there? Unfortunately, it's not working right now on DDHQ. Hopefully they can fix that. I'll show it when I get it to you. Crappy thinks people in Texas do not like Crockett. Some gunfire there. I was going to talk about the Iran threat to aircraft carriers thing. Oh, I should play you this video too. Hold on. Hold on. For whatever it's worth, Forbes had an article about a week ago, Forbes, where Forbes said it is highly unlikely Iran's military could sink a U.S. warship and almost certainly not a carrier. The article says such warships are designed to take extensive damage. I'll post an article about it I saw from Forbes. You can read some about it there. I'll post it in the chat for whatever that's worth. The Times of India says that a Ford-class carrier, its size and buoyancy make it extremely difficult to sink quickly. Damage control teams train intensively. Modern carriers are built with layered firefighting systems, armored magazines, and protected fuel storage to prevent secondary explosions. But they do say a successful hit could disable flight operations or temporarily degrade combat effectiveness. Times of India says the more plausible danger lies in a coordinated saturation attack. Hypersonic missiles reduce reaction times, can maneuver unpredictably, but they still must penetrate layered air and missile defenses. Also, the carrier group has layers of defense. Anyways, I'm not an expert on that, but it's an interesting topic. I also don't know what kind of hypersonic missiles Iran really has. That's a whole other question. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something. Hey, Elizabeth Warren posted something after the classified briefing today with Trump officials. She's a Democrat. Let me show you what Elizabeth Warren had to say. She says, I was worried before, but I'm more worried now. Here's what Elizabeth Warren had to say today.
I just left a classified briefing on Iran, and here's what I can say. It is so much worse than you thought. You are right to be worried. Trump administration has no plan in Iran. This illegal war is based on lies, and it was launched without any imminent threat to our nation. Donald Trump still hasn't given a single clear reason for this war, and he seems to have no plan for how to end it either. Like a lot of you, I am really angry. I am angry at what Donald Trump is doing, and I feel grief for those already killed in this unnecessary conflict. And I will keep doing everything I can to fight to end this war. I just left a classified briefing on Iran, and
that was
here's
Elizabeth
what I can
Warren.
say. It is
That
so
was
much worse.
Elizabeth Warren speaking. Hey, thank you to God is King for the memberships. God is King gave 20 people memberships. That's so nice of you. Thank you, God is King. Also, SB is 2VP. Thank you so much. Donnie Etchison. Hey, thanks, Donnie. That's really kind of you. Donnie gave 10 memberships. Thanks, Donnie. Kevin Gross, our member. And Donnie, thank you for all your support. So kind of. Donnie Etchison, 6692. Steve, I have not looked at the latest ISW report. I will check that out in a little bit. Thank you so much. Steve Smith, thank you. I appreciate it. And Grande as well. Thanks, Grande983. People are allowed to leave their protected spaces in Israel. There is no reports of any damage from the missile alerts in southern Israel that we saw. No reports of any damage, according to the MDA. These really don't seem to have been very big missile alerts since we've been on the air. Is there a time frame for the missile alerts? It's not whenever Iran does, it's just whenever they do it. But it's not, it's up to them. Sometimes they come sooner, sometimes there's a bigger delay between them. I actually now have 2 Beirut feeds. This is the best. AFP is a very good feed. I think this one looks better though. But I'll keep an eye on the AFP one as well. They're both good. This and AFP are both good feeds. Thank you to Frank M. Thank you, Frank M. Thanks, Dakota 3049. Dakota thinks that hypersonic missiles can only hit stationary targets? I'd have to look that up, Dakota. I don't know what sound I'm hearing, right? Gemini AI says hypersonic missiles are not limited to stationary targets. In fact, one of their defining characteristics and what makes them so difficult to defend against is their ability to maneuver and track moving targets while traveling at extreme speeds. Thank you, Jazz Jade 656. Thank you, Jazz Jade. Motivational Living, thank you. Motivational Living says Elizabeth Warren wasn't worried when the borders were wide open. Their phone is blowing up. The camera phone is blowing up. Sorry, I owe a couple thank yous. I'm going to take some more comments. Thank you, Jennifer E365. Thank you so much, Keurig Cup. Keurig or Keurig, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Thank you very much. Martin Ging, thank you. Grande, thank you. Ty MCD07, that's so nice of you, Ty MCD07. Thank you. Gavin Carson thinks the objectives are obviously clear in this war. Political sides is the biggest curse on this country. People would rather destroy an opposing party than support what's right. Thank you, Gavin Carson. And thanks for watching from Australia, Mark D. Greenfell. Thanks, Mark, from Australia. And Frank M. Let's see here. Jared Harris, our viewer, says hypersonic glide vehicles are maneuverable. Our viewer King Shamu thinks what's slowing down Iran is the missile launcher shortage. Roger Davis Jr. thinks they would have been using hypersonics by now. The U.S. Southern Command, I think people were talking about this. U.S. Southern Command posted and said that on March 3rd, Ecuadorian and U.S. military forces launched operations against designated terrorist organizations in Ecuador. The operations are a powerful example of the commitment of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat the scourge of narco-terrorism. I don't know if this kind of joint action is like a big unprecedented thing. I'm going to look this up. But that wasn't the U.S. taking unilateral action. That's a joint action. I'd like to get some more perspective on that. I don't really have good perspective on that right now. I'll let you know if I hear more. It is 6:22 Iran time, 4:52 Lebanon and Israel time. Hey, thanks to BLR Words, says, will Iran use missiles on U.S. soil? They don't have any missiles that can reach the U.S. from Iran, if that's what you're asking. Thank you, BLR Words. Thank you, Neighborly Fiend. Who says, if there is such an imminent threat, why doesn't Congress vote on this for the record? Republicans hold the majority. Why won't they vote on the record? The Constitution is not an option. I think there's supposed to be a War Powers Act soon. There is going to be, the Senate will vote on a War Powers resolution tomorrow. I don't really know all the details on all that. Hold on. There is going to be a Senate vote tomorrow I don't know exactly what the resolutions say. I got to look that up more. I don't believe there's any kind of risk of the military action being stopped by a Senate vote, put it that way. I haven't heard anything about that prospect. Oh, well, they point out, The Hill points out Trump would veto it. That if it passed both houses, Trump would veto it. And my guess is that they wouldn't have the votes to, you'd need a 2/3 in both houses to override the veto, I believe. Hey, thanks to, no, Romeo, I did not see that report. I'd have to look that up. Romeo said Fox reported Iran had enough uranium for 11 nukes. I mean, there has been reporting for like a year that Iran had a lot of enriched uranium, but that was enriched to almost weapons grade level. But that's different than having a fully assembled nuclear weapon. So I don't know if that's just something from before. Yeah, I mean, back in May of 2025, the IAEA said that Iran had 408 kilograms enriched to 60% purity just below weapons grade. That would have been enough to for multiple nuclear weapons if they had actually made the weapons. Steve Witkoff told Sean Hannity that Steve Witkoff said that claimed that Iranian negotiators told the U.S. they had enough uranium enriched to 60% to create nuclear material sufficient for bombs, but again, so what I'm reading in the Jerusalem Post is that the Iranian negotiators reportedly said they had 460 kilograms of 60% uranium, but I mean, Wikipedia says that back in 2025, the IAEA reported that that they had around that amount of enriched uranium to 60%. So I don't really know that that's like a big new thing. In May of 2025, Wikipedia says IAEA reported that Iran had sharply increased its stockpile of uranium enriched to 60% purity, just below weapons grade, reaching over 408 kilograms. Yeah, Acheron said they were bragging they still have it. There's been this question of, after the attacks on the nuclear facilities, where is that nuclear material? Do they still have it? Where is it? So, again, I'm not aware that number itself is a big new thing. Anyways. Yeah, Reuters says the IAEA estimates that Iran had 440 kilograms of uranium enriched to up to 60% before last year's attacks. Enough for 10 nuclear weapons, yes. So the IAEA estimated that before the attacks, Iran had enough uranium that if it was enriched further would be enough in theory for 10 nuclear weapons, although they hadn't made the nuclear weapons. Okay, thank you to Luke Emery, who says, why doesn't Russia or China seem to care about Iran? That's a whole other question. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit, but I'm sure it comes down to perceived costs and benefits to them. Neighborly Fiend, thank you, who says they have been saying Iran was 2 weeks away from getting a nuke for the last 40 years. Thanks Owens FPS. Thanks Bernard Gonzalez. J. Cruz Luisable. Martin Ging. Owens FPS, Romeo Oscar Bravo, thank you, Ricky Cahill, BLR words, is Iran hiding nukes from U.S.? Not nuclear weapons, but it's unclear what the status is of the nuclear material right now. CR Carissa, thank you. I appreciate Carissa from Canada. Very nice of you. LeGrant Jackson. Raisback. Mendoza line. Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, Mendoza line. Grand 983. Darren 175. LeGrant Jackson. DRTG 65. Life is Grand. DNA content. Ty McD07, so nice of you. Ty McD07, thank you. Gavin Carson, thank you. And Hoot05. Hoot says when you're getting hit nonstop and when you launch, they get hit in minutes. Of course, launches will drop significantly. That's what Hoot says. Yeah, our viewer mentioned Dan Crenshaw. We talked about that earlier. Dan Crenshaw is way behind right now in his, looks like DDHQ hasn't called it yet, but incumbent Dan Crenshaw is behind by 18% with 63% of the vote in. Kalshi has his opponent at 99% chance of winning. So The Economist had an article recently about China's attitude towards what's going on in Iran, called China's Ice Cold Calculus over Iran. They say that some people claim China is a big loser from the bombing of Iran because Iran was a useful thorn in America's side, because Iran supplies more than 10% of China's oil imports. But The Economist says China is hardly weeping. The Economist says no one knows how the military operation will turn out. America could get bogged down in Iran, and China might not mind that. Also, China might like that America could get distracted by what's going on in the Middle East. They say that China has a diversified portfolio of crude oil suppliers. China has made relatively few direct investments in Iran. These are just some arguments for reasons why China wouldn't be so concerned about what's going on with Iran right now. China has large investments in sizable expat populations in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. The Economist says China is not about to abandon Iran as a partner, but it may not much care whether the clerics remain in charge or whether some other constellation of leaders takes over. What China cares most about is its interest in the Middle East, from stable energy prices to a safe environment for investors. If American actions somehow yield an Iranian government that it really has given up nuclear weapons, so much the better. Anyways, if you want to look at that, it's called China's Ice Cold Calculus over Iran. That's in The Economist. Hey, shout out to our moderators, by the way. We have moderating right now. Ruth is there. Hey, thanks, Ruth. Ruth is over on YouTube moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Over on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, moderate for us on X. Probably should start getting light here shortly. It's about 5:07 Lebanon time. Now, oopsie. We have moderating right now. Hey, thanks to our Facebook moderators too. Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson, Tina Niazi, Kay Lowry Body, thank you. Thanks Iva Lynn Berry Speedell for subscribing over there. Thanks Eddie Landry for your support for the channel. Thanks Margaret Riley for moderating, Christy Claff for subscribing. Shout out also on Twitch to Lil Hogue, who gave out a gift sub, thank you. Dodie8910, the Phoenix, Meat Hook, Tatsiki. Thanks Tatsiki for the gift subs. Thank you Tatsiki. Video Mass, Anonymous Gifter, London Monarch, CC, Jack's Animals. You know, it's interesting. Before tonight, Dan Crenshaw was a 78% favorite on Kalshi to win his primary. Interesting. He has represented his district for 4 terms. I think there might have been redistricting in his district. I have to look this up. I have something here. Again, he is way behind in his primary right now. Hold on, let me check something here. If I can find it here, there's that. Yes, the Dan Crenshaw district was redrawn to be more conservative in 2025. And he faced a challenge on the right from Steve Toth. And again, as I mentioned, here is the current situation in that district with 63% of the vote in. Dan Crenshaw is losing by 18%. Let's check in on the Senate race. Oopsie. When I have it again, I'll show you the Senate race. As you can see, with 63% in, James Tallarico is beating Jasmine Crockett by 6%. And the Republican race is projected to go to a runoff between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. That's in late May, I believe. Maybe May 26th, because nobody's going to get 50%. President Trump has not made an endorsement in the Texas Senate race at this point. DDHQ points out that concerns about Paxton's electability have led many establishment Republicans to stand by Cornyn, who has typically overperformed other Republicans in general elections. Oh, Jasmine Crockett is speaking. Oh no, I told you guys I'd show it to you. Hold on, I'm going to show you Jasmine Crockett speaking. She's speaking right now. Let me put it on the top there for you. Hold on a moment. One moment. Oh no. Hold on. I'll turn it up and I'll put it on the top there. It's not mic'd.
They now are telling them that you have to separate the votes out. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied from election day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight. So, knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes, we, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight. We need to see the Dallas County votes to see where they are. I mean, if the early vote comes in, which we may have the early vote soon, if it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So, so that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County And I think we all know why.
So, I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So, I love y'all too. Thank you so very much for being here. Love you down. I love you down, Dallas.
That was Jasmine Crockett. She said they're waiting to get votes in. I got to look up what's going on with that race. Oh, hold on. Sorry. So that was I'll try to show you if I get Paxton or Cornyn speaking. Hold on. I think Paxton's about to speak. Here, let me just get the other thing on the screen. Hold on. Here's Beirut. Here's Beirut. Hold on a moment. I'm going to show you Paxton or Cornyn if they speak. Let me try to get an update on that race here. So 63% of the votes are in. I got to look up and see. I don't know what's left out there in terms of anticipated vote. Do they have an attempt? Hold on. Let's see here. If I do this, there's the vote right now. Talarico is up by about 6% with 63% counted. This is Democratic Senate primary in Texas. But the thing I want to find is, do they have a forecast there? No. Remaining. Just to show you real quick, here is the DDHQ site. And you can see I'm looking at remaining votes. And it seems like there's a bunch, 81,000 remaining in Dallas County, Crockett, 74,000 Tarrant County, 134,000 in Harris County. So there's a bunch of big places out there with a lot of remaining votes that are more favorable to her. But there are also remaining votes from places favorable to Talarico. Let me do some research here and figure out if I can figure out what the conventional wisdom is on that. I mean, for what it's worth, on Kalshi, Talarico is a 99.7% favorite. So let me just I'm going to take a second and look into that. We do have this camera up, and I think Paxton might speak soon. Hold on. Paxton or Cornyn. I'm keeping an eye on it. Whoa. Okay. I'm keeping an eye on it. Dave Wasserman called it for James Talarico. He is a very well-known, respected elections analyst. Dave Wasserman, 17 minutes ago, called that race for Talarico over Crockett, just so you know. RPM Beta says Harris County here. Sorry, I was just checking some election stuff. I'm seeing that South Korea stocks are down 8%. AP says Asian shares fell further today after the global sell-off for stocks hit Wall Street, with South Korea's benchmark index plunging 8%, while oil prices climbed even higher. Worries over the widening war have hammered most world markets. Higher oil prices and how they might worsen inflation are among the central fears for investors. In Japan, in Tokyo, the Nikkei shed 3.4%. Japan, like South Korea, depends heavily on imports of oil and natural gas from the Middle East that are now stranded in the Persian Gulf. Higher inflation, partly due to the war, could tie the Federal Reserve's hands and keep it from cutting interest rates in the U.S. The price of U.S. benchmark crude oil climbed 1.2% to $75.46 a barrel. Brent crude gained 1.5% to $82.61 per barrel. Reuters has a new article. Oil prices rose more than $1 Wednesday as the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran disrupted Middle East output and halted exports from the region. Brent crude closed at its highest since January 2025. Iraq, the second largest crude producer in OPEC, has cut output by nearly 1.5 million barrels a day, about half its production due to storage limits and the lack of an export route. They said the country might have, officials, they said the country may have to shut its nearly 3 million barrels per day of output within days if exports do not resume. Iran has targeted tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, through which about a fifth of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas flows. Traffic remained effectively closed in the Strait of Hormuz for a fourth day after Iran attacked 5 ships. However, President Trump Comments from President Trump that the U.S. Navy could begin escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz if necessary helped keep a lid on crude price gains. Trump said he had ordered the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation to provide political risk insurance and financial guarantees for maritime trade in the Gulf. But ship owners and analysts questioned if military escorts for ships and insurance support would be enough to restore confidence. Countries and companies have begun seeking alternate routes and supplies. Check the primaries. I just checked the primaries like 4 minutes ago. We just talked about the primaries a bunch. In the Weeds thinks Tallarico will be president one day. What is that noise on this live stream? What are they doing in there? Oh, are we almost at 8 hours on Facebook? Well, I'll reset the Facebook stream. When we get to 8 hours, I'll reset the Facebook stream. I'll restart it. Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours if you're watching on Facebook. I think I might have to substitute the audio from the... I have to turn off the audio on the stream for a second. I'll leave the video up, but I can't have that in my ear. Hold on. I have another stream from... maybe I'll put the audio on from the other stream from Beirut. But that is just... I can't listen to that anymore. It's endless. I'm going to put the audio from the AFP stream up. It's also from Beirut. I think maybe they have to... Hey, thanks to... the squealing noise is irritating. Yes, it is. Yeah, we talked about the Korean market a couple minutes ago. I read an article talking about it. It is currently down. The Kospi Composite Index is down 10% in South Korea. Remember, I read you that article talked about how I think they said South Korea imports a lot of its oil. Asia stock slump, Reuters says, as markets brace for energy stock. I think Korea went down about 7% the previous day. Fast money and foreigners bailed out of a market that had soared on memory chip makers' vast AI-driven profits in Korea. One expert Reuters talked to said, "It does look like the conflict is going to go a little bit longer than what people were thought initially. And there's been an escalation because the war is now broadening out to include allies of the U.S. Oil infrastructure seems to be under attack. So people are having to think about what is the duration of all of that." Punchar says Korean market crazy. Burn Fitzberger says global markets crash incoming. I think Ken Paxton's going to speak soon, by the way, from Texas. Thanks, Fiona Diamond. We already talked about Ecuador. We talked about it, Fiona Diamond, a couple times. The U.S. conducted a drug operation with Ecuador. Maybe we can revisit it. Hold on. Ken Paxton's about to speak. Ken Paxton's about to speak, guys. Let's watch Ken Paxton speak in Texas. Hold on. Thank you, Fiona Diamond, by the way. Hold on. Ken Paxton's about to speak. What's going on here? Why can't you see it? What's happening? What's happening? Oh, I see. I think. Why is that like this? Wait 1 second. See that there? All right, there's that. Now, if I move this, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. No, not there. I don't want to move that. I want to move this one. Here we go. Are they playing? No, hold on. They're playing music. I got to wait till they stop playing the music. We have live from Texas, Ken Paxton about to speak. He's going to be going to the runoff for Republican Senate seat, the Republican primary. He's going to the Republican runoff for the Senate seat in Texas. Thank you, Fiona Diamond. Thank you, Matthew Felty. Matthew, I have to look it up. I don't know. I got to look it up, Matthew. Thank you, Corey Shimek. Thanks, Corey, our member, for being a member. And Bentfork. Thank you, Bentfork. Dustin Meadows, thank you. Pablo Pena. How might this end? I don't know. I don't know what the Trump administration has planned for all this. I have no idea. Some reporting today claims that the Trump administration is arming or wants to arm Kurds in western Iran for a ground offensive. A ground operation. I have no idea. So I have no idea. I don't know what the Trump administration plan is here. So we'll have to see. I could see it going on for days or weeks or longer. Am I going to have to go into... Don't make me go into X and ban people X chatters, don't make me ban people over there. All right? Behave yourself on X. Okay, guys? There's no timeout on X. It's just banned. So you're going to get banned. Thanks, Anthony. What do I know about earthquake in Iran? I haven't heard about an earthquake tonight in Iran. Iran is very seismically active. So unless I hear otherwise, I will assume that any earthquake in Iran is part of the normal Earth process. That's my response to you. And I have heard nothing reliable at all that any recent earthquake in Iran is anything other than naturally caused. Iran is one of the most seismically active countries in the entire world. About 90% of the country is crossed by major fault lines, says Gemini AI. Thanks, Ricky Cahill. Ricky asked about it too. So yeah, I would just assume that any earthquake you hear about in Iraq is from natural processes. If there's some reason to think it isn't, there will be reliable sources that suggest that. Wikipedia says Iran is one of the most seismically active countries in the world, being crossed by several major faults that cover at least 90% of the country. As a result, earthquakes in Iran occur often and are destructive. By the way, thank you to Pablo Pena. Again, thank you, Pablo. I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, there's so many ways this could go. But I don't know what the Trump administration's goals are for the whole thing. Thank you, Anthony 41986. Thank you also, JB from Texas. Thank you, Ricky Cahill. Brian M 6198. Thank you. Who says, thank you, President Trump, for protecting Western values. Thanks, Fairhall. Thanks, user KR4J6. Did Trump say Israel effectively blackmailed him into joining the attack against Iran? I don't believe Trump said that. I'd have to go back and rewatch what he said today. I don't recall him saying that. Some people were interpreting something Rubio said as saying something like that, but Rubio said today that the U.S. was going to attack Iran anyway. Thank you, RJNB, who says the reason you're not seeing much action from Iran is because the U.S. has hit over 2,000 targets. Yeah, so I don't know it's a good question, to what degree is the not having that many missile alerts in Israel the last couple days a function of missiles getting taken out by Israel and the U.S. in recent days. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe they want to save their missiles because they feel like they'll get blown up if they bring them out or something. I don't know. They fired hundreds the first day or so. Thank you also Amy Crago and Lance Macron and Roy Boys Outdoors and Bernard Gonzalez. Bernard says the earthquake was near a nuclear site. Again, what I'll just say again is I feel like I follow enough sources who are experts on these things that if there was ever an earthquake where it was thought that wow, that's really fishy, that seems like not a normal earthquake, I'll hear something about it from somebody. And no one I follow, none of the sources or experts, has said a peep about any kind of earthquake that's suspicious in Iran. So my strong assumption is that it is a natural earthquake. Thank you, Bernard Gonzalez and Alex Brandt Zawodsky. Hold on a second. And Ryan 1914. Tyler Guy says they can tell the difference if it's natural or not. Yes, I'm pretty sure of that people who know what they're doing can tell when it's, say, caused by a nuclear explosion or something. I think you'd know pretty quickly, and it would be quite reliable sourcing. I asked Gemini AI, they said if an earthquake is caused by a nuclear explosion, it can be determined very quickly, usually within minutes. Earthquakes that are natural and earthquakes that involve nuclear explosion produce very different signatures. I need some water. That's what I need. I'm going to get some more water in a second. Oh, this person's speaking. What's he saying?
His beautiful daughter, as you can all tell. And it really is our honor to be here with you all tonight as we start tonight's events. We wanted to open the proper American way with a word of prayer. So why don't you all join me tonight?
I'm going to wait.
We love you. We're so grateful
I'll put this
for
on.
the move that you're doing here in this.
I'll put this on when Ken Paxton is speaking. I got to get some more water. We're going to watch Ken Paxton speaking in Texas. He is one of the two candidates moving on to the Republican Senate seat primary. Hold on a moment here. Where is that coming from? That is in Dallas. That's in Dallas. Thank you, Michael Mitchell. And Fire Element and Wisco Joe on Twitch. What is this here? I'm showing Paxton speaking. That is what I am doing. I am showing Paxton speaking because this is a war broadcast, and I am only showing the stuff from the election that is of the most importance. So I am not showing all of the speakers at the Paxton rally. Is Cornyn speaking too now? Oh no. They're both speaking at the same time? Cornyn is speaking now. Oh no, let's listen to Cornyn speak. John Cornyn is speaking.
The potential liability of him being the nominee in November. I won by 10 points in 2020, and I think I can help down ballot, and I can help President Trump during the remaining 2 years of his term of office after this election. There's only one person on the planet who knows what President Trump's going to do, and that's him. Certainly, I talk to the president on a regular basis. He's got a great team around him of real professionals, Susie Wiles, Chris LaCivita, Tony Fabrizio, just to name a few. And he understands what's at stake. But I understand also why in a contested primary with three of us, he didn't want to have to choose between us and disappoint some of his own base of support. And I think he wanted to see me earn this nomination, as we are well on the path to doing, before he made any kind of decision. But when or if he makes a decision and to get involved in the race is entirely up to him.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Oh, hold on. All right, so Cornyn finished speaking. Now I got to get Paxton speaking up. Hold on, folks. Sorry I missed some of Cornyn, but this is kind of just bonus coverage here.
Political battle work.
All right. As soon as Paxton starts speaking, I will put it on. The stock market right now in Korea, the Kospi index is at, the benchmark South Korea stock market index is down 12% right now. The Kospi is down 12%. Alerts. There is some sort of pre-alert. There's a missile pre-alert, early missile pre-alert. I'll keep an eye on it. To repeat, we do not have Israel cams for the alerts because the government does not let the news agencies show the live shot during the alert. But I'm waiting for they did give a pre-alert, so we'll see. Let me see if I can find out where they're coming. The IDF says they detected a missile launch from Iran. Missiles launched from Iran. In the center and the Jerusalem area. Center and Jerusalem area I just saw from N12. So I probably should switch the camera right now. Let me switch the camera to, not that it'll matter because it's going to get changed anyway. You know what happens, guys. You know how they do it. They always, right when the missiles are going to cut, when the alarms start, they will cut the cameras. That's how it happens because that's what the government has said. I'm going to remove this camera here because there's Tel Aviv. It's supposed to be Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, I think. Oh, I'll restart Facebook. I will. I need a second. No, I guess I didn't have to restart it. Well, I'll restart it now. I didn't realize Facebook hadn't ended yet. It was about to end. Well, I'm restarting Facebook. Sorry. I saw people were saying restart Facebook, so I thought it had ended. So I went to restart it, and I think I ended it. But it was supposed to end in 2 minutes anyway. I'm restarting it now. Please, next time if you can, save the urgent Facebook restart messages for after it ends. But next time I'll check. I just assumed people were all saying it in the chat that it had already ended. Oh, I guess I have to change where they are too. Hold on. There's too much happening. All right, so there's Tel Aviv. I have a Jerusalem cam too. Hang on. The audio on this camera is truly terrible. I'll put them both up. AFP already took down their Tel Aviv cam. Oh, there's alerts right now. There's alerts right now. Alerts. Hold on. I'm putting the Jerusalem camera up. There's the Jerusalem cam, but trust me on this, it's going to go away. This camera's going to go away in a second, because they always do. So there are alerts for in and around Jerusalem, and I bet you'll hear sirens for 3 seconds, and then the camera will get taken down, because that's what always happens. Hold on, I'm starting. I gotta go to, what I have to do is I am going to also, on my way to X to ban people. All right, here's the sirens. Get ready. It's gonna disappear. It's gonna disappear, the camera, in a second. Hasn't disappeared yet, but we got to hear some siren. For some reason, the camera is still on. Oh, there's Tel Aviv ones too. There's Tel Aviv as well. Hold on, how am I going to do this? Let me get both cameras up. Nothing's happening on this one. Oh, it's an interceptor. There, we just saw an interceptor go up. Interceptors just went up. Hey, the cameras didn't go. We just saw an interceptor. There's an interceptor right there. Can we hear the other camera? No sound on that one. Hey, I think we just heard an interception. I think we're hearing interceptions in Jerusalem. We're hearing interceptions in Jerusalem. Wow. We just heard it. Yeah, the cams are still working. I don't know what happened. They didn't remove the cameras. I'm going to rewind this so you can see. It's Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. More booms from Jerusalem. What are we hearing now? Listen. I think maybe more interceptions. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that both of these cameras stayed on. I'm going to rewind and show you the interceptor go up. I was trying to get the other camera up and it covered the interceptor. Give me 2 seconds here. Look, I'm going to rewind this so you can see the interceptor. Where is it here? Right? Watch right now. Watch the interceptor go up. Right here. Watch this. Watch this. Moments ago. Wow! Crazy. Look at that. Two of them. Two of them right there. I'll show you again. I'll replay the explosions. This is moments ago. Moments ago. Moments ago. I'm replaying it so you can see the interceptors, and we heard the explosions too. You'll hear it in a second. There you go. All right, so let me go to live. This is just moments ago. Let me see what's being reported about this. Certainly sounded like interceptions. All right, I'm going to forward to live now. Forwarding to live. That's live. We're now at live. Okay. So, there you go. That was Jerusalem. Boy, I can't believe that we actually saw the camera. They never stopped the cameras. That's really something. Did they change their policy? Maybe the government changed their policy. I don't know. Crazy. So let me look into what happened. 2 to 3 missiles launched, guys. There were 2 to 3 missiles launched from Iran, according to Almog Boker. No reports of physical injuries. Oh no, that's not this one. I take it back on the injuries. So the injuries I might be wrong on. But there were 2 to 3 missiles launched from Iran. Report of a missile strike near Beit Shemesh. Isn't Beit Shemesh? That's where 9 people got killed the other day. Isn't that where 9 people got killed in Beit Shemesh near Jerusalem? I think. Hopefully everybody's okay. There was a there was a report of a missile hit in Beit Shemesh, according to Almog Boker. So let me see what we're hearing about this. Again, 2 to 3 missiles launched from Iran. One account I follow, which I think is Yediot News, says report of falling shrapnel in Beit Shemesh. That would be better than a direct hit. So maybe it was just falling shrapnel. Again, 2 to 3 missiles reported in that barrage. That's the first time in days where we've actually got where the cameras haven't been cut off. I don't know what happened. I'm not complaining. Like old times, one of the viewers said. I thought we heard a couple interceptions. I'm still looking here to get updates. It says here some sort of alert. Yeah, there's one alert in the north. These usually disappear pretty quickly. One alert near Lebanon in the north. Again, this might disappear shortly. We'll see. Yeah, it just disappeared right now. All right, let's go back to the live shots. We saw interceptors go up. N12 News says it appears that there were isolated launches from Iran. Yes, N12 News says report of falling shrapnel in Beit Shemesh area. So maybe no direct hits, which would be good. Again, not a big barrage. Yes, the event is over. You can leave the protected area, says Home Front Command. You can leave the protected area. Thank you, Jake W. Jake, I think Central Command might have said in their video earlier today that there are more than 50,000 troops there. I think I'd have to go back and watch the video. We showed it before. I'm not doing it right now, but... Yes, in the video, I believe they said around 50,000 troops in the Middle East. Thank you, Jake W. I mean, that was reported yesterday, though. I mean, yesterday, the Washington Post, Dan Lamas, had been saying there were 50,000 yesterday. Thank you, Jake W. Thank you, Tara Owning. Also, Noonan. Thank you, Noonan. I appreciate it. At Atomic Punk. Thank you. Marisol Del Val. Del Valley. Thank you so much. The East family, who says cameramen are asleep. You know, but that's not... The cameramen aren't the ones who cut off. I don't know why these didn't get cut off, but it's not the cameraman who does that necessarily. I think it's the news agency. Thank you, Noonan. The East family. The Zarzin, thank you. Stephen Nichols, thank you. Drunk Brian Kelly, thank you. Raisback, thank you. ZB the Great says the futures are A-OK. I didn't check the U.S. stock futures. I'm looking right now, and it says Dow Jones minus 0.34, S&P minus 0.4, NASDAQ minus 0.6. Thanks, ZB the Great. Thanks, Ruth. Ruth, I see you said question mark. Sorry, there was a lot going on So I think I was frantic because of the missile alerts. I see you actually said time to restart Facebook question mark. Thank you, PC Sailor. Yeah, I was trying to do it while the alerts were happening, so it was busy. Anyways, it all worked out. One of our viewers asked about a primary. It might have been this one. I forget, it was a while ago. Nathaniel Rakich says one of the primaries is 2 votes. North Carolina 26 primary. Hey guys, look at this. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Which race is this? Which one am I looking for? Oh, it's a Congress seat or is it a state seat? North Carolina GOP primary, state Senate. Oh, it's state Senate. This is a state Senate primary in North Carolina. Check this out from Decision Desk HQ. Can you guys see this right here? The incumbent is losing by 2 votes. With 95, with maybe all the vote in, I'm not sure. But again, this is looks like Greensboro is part of this. This is in North Carolina, but it's the North Carolina State Senate District 26, and Sam Page is beating Phil Berger by 2 votes. Again, that's State Senate District 26. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you right here, just for the moment. I know it's not the war, but here. From Decision Desk, North Carolina State Senate District 26, Sam Page, Phil Berger, he's losing by 2 votes right now. Jasmine Crockett's lead, she is now trailing by only about 4.4%. But again, Dave Wasserman, who is a very respected elections analyst, has called this for Talarico. DDHQ has not called it for Talarico yet. Dave Wasserman also called that Dan Crenshaw lost his, he's a 4-term congressman, but he lost his primary to Steve Toth in Texas. Zachary Danini at VoteHub thinks it's very, very unlikely that Tallarico will get less than 50%. Hold on, I may have to ban somebody again. Getting very close. Over on X. I've already banned 2 people there tonight. I hate having to do it, but I'll do it if I have to. There's no timeout on X, so if you do something naughty, you're getting banned. Right now, the South Korean stock exchange index Kospi has gone back up. It's only down 8% right now. It'll be interesting to see. I really do wonder if, I mean, I don't think the government has relaxed their censorship policy. I just think maybe because it was so late at night, for some reason on the last missile alert, the cameras stayed online. So. Okay. Hey, it's 7:54 Iran time, 6:24 Israel, and Lebanon time. Oh, Matthew had asked about Texas Democrat, Texas 23? Texas 23? Here. Oh. Oh, this is the Tony Gonzalez one, right? Guys? So Tony Gonzalez had this scandal, if I remember right, in Texas. Right now, well, won't there be a runoff, right? Am I wrong? If nobody gets 50%, I think they do a runoff. So it's currently Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera. And Tony Gonzalez is leading by a bit, but, I mean, 78% of the vote is in. Our viewers are saying there is a runoff. The, hold on. Just to summarize that, if I can pull it up here. Tony Gonzalez has faced a scandal over allegations over an affair with a staffer who later died by suicide. Yes, again, I believe in Texas, House and Senate, you need 50% or it's a runoff. There was an impact? I think there was I saw reported some debris. From the last rocket, from the last missile barrage, no casualties are known. No injuries reported by MDA. No injuries reported from the last missile barrage, just so people know. No injuries reported. What I should put up is the, I should put back up the Lebanon stream. That's what I should put back up. The Beirut stream. There, that's Beirut. I just need, yeah, you're much more likely to see something happen on the Beirut feed than those other feeds. I need to take 1 minute here. I need to take 1 minute . Steve will be back in 1 minute. I'm muted. Hold on one moment. All right, I'm back. I'm back now. We're going to go a little while longer, and then I'm going to be, well, I'm going to be hangry. So in a little while, oh, okay, that's good. They fixed the audio on one of the feeds. No, there's not much to report on right this second. So, but you never know when things are going to happen. So we'll go a little while longer and we'll see what happens. No, I am not staying on until the Pentagon briefing. I don't know if I'm gonna cover the Pentagon briefing live. We'll just have to see. It's at 8 a.m. and the previous Pentagon briefing does not make me confident that we're going to have a lot of new information at the Pentagon briefing. So I certainly will cover it if I'm on the air, but I don't know if I'll end up covering it live. I'm happy to play it. If I don't cover it, I'm more than happy to play it when I am live. Flight radar 24. These are the military planes on Flight Radar 24. I have the military filter on. What am I looking at? People say, look at Flight Radar 24, and then they don't say what I'm supposed to be looking at. Is there anything really distinctive that's going on? By the way, I did ban a couple people in X, but I believe what happens is that they're technically allowed to be there till the end of the chat. But I don't think they can come back next time. So X viewers, I am aware, and I'm doing my best. By the way, shout out to all of our moderators. I mean, come on. Incredible. Incredible. Our Twitch moderators. Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thanks so much. Did I thank Fire Element on Twitch? Hold on. The evacuation order for Lebanon is for southern Lebanon. It may be the same one that they issued. Beirut is not southern Lebanon. So there was a new evacuation order for residents of about a dozen villages of southern Lebanon that you need to get a kilometer away from your village. I don't have a, so they've been, it sounds like they've been conducting strikes for days in southern Lebanon, but I don't have a camera from there. Oh, hold on. I was in the middle of doing something here. Sean Ryder, did you just post that? There's no rockets inbound at the moment, but maybe you posted that a while ago. Thank you, Sean Ryder, 777. I appreciate that. Also, ZB the Great. Hey, thank you so much, ZB the Great. ZB thinks Cosby is already in bubble territory to begin with. Thanks, Fast Eddie. 5150. Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, 5150. Fast Eddie, that the U.S. and Ecuador forces conducted a joint drug-related operations against narco-terrorism. That was posted by U.S. Southern Command. Thank you, Fast Eddie. Thank you, De La Soul, who mentioned that as well. Thank you. Also, Robert Luthi. Robert thinks China wants TSMC. I think they're a semiconductor company. One fab in the world supplying all chips. Scary, says Robert. Thank you, Ate405 from OKC. Thank you. Also, Gerson 9290. Sorry, I got behind on thanking people. Yes, as our viewer MUR fan says, thanks MUR fan. The Trump administration plans to meet with executives from the biggest U.S. defense contractors at the White House on Friday to discuss accelerating weapons production as the Pentagon wants to replenish supplies after strikes on Iran and several other recent military efforts, said Reuters. Companies including Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Parent, RTX, and others have been invited to attend the meeting. The meeting underscores the urgency felt in Washington to shore up weapon stocks after the Iran operation drew heavily on munitions since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022 and Israel began military operations in Gaza. The U.S. has drawn down billions of dollars worth of weapon stockpiles, including artillery systems, ammunition, and anti-tank missiles. The conflict in Iran has consumed longer-range missiles than those furnished to Kyiv. At least one of the people said the gathering was expected to center on pressing weapons makers to move faster to boost output. Thank you, Nex Eats. And Brian Jonas. Abe. Brian pointed out that Kuwait announced that an 11-year-old girl had died in Kuwait. Sadly, didn't they say she was hit by debris? after shrapnel fell on her in a residential area of Kuwait. Which is obviously terrible. I didn't even finish thanking our moderator, sorry. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate that. She is over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth. I thanked our Twitch moderators. I didn't thank Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. And also, our Facebook moderators. We've had Paul Anderson there. Tina Niazi, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes. Hey, thanks Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Susan. Very kind of you. Thanks also Jean Schellinger for being a subscriber. Thank you, Jean, for subscribing. And LT for subscribing. N12 News says during the 5th day of the war, during the night, about 30 rocket launches from Lebanon were recorded, all of which were intercepted or fell in open areas, except for one that exploded in a town in the Galilee and caused great damage. A woman was injured in a panic attack. The homeowner who was in the MMD was evacuated. What's the MMD? That I don't know. Oh, it's a reinforced safe room. Reinforced safe room. Thanks, Alyssa Wolf, for watching. Former baseball player for the Yankees, I know, maybe other teams, Mark Teixeira, is likely going to Congress because he won the Republican primary in Texas 21. Nathaniel Rakich says he'll be the 6th former MLB player to serve in Congress. C. Young says he was on the Rangers and Yankees. We talked about a lot of different stories earlier tonight if you missed it. I'm not going to go over them all again now. But if you missed it, we talked about a bunch of things. CNN and ITV News were saying that the U.S. is supporting Kurds in western Iran, and there's expected to be a ground operation. I don't want to get all into that now, but just a little summary. The CNN story said the CIA has been working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran. Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, and they expect U.S. and Israeli support. So, I mean, we'll have to see what happens with that. Thanks, Michael Thomas, M1M, by the way, and Res Junior Prod, or Productions, Res Junior Prod. Ginger says, why are they saying this out loud? I don't know why that story is leaking. Somebody's leaking it for some reason. By the way, thanks to Eddie. Did I thank Eddie Landry before? Thank you. Hey, why Chin? Wow, why? That's so nice of you. Why Chin? Very generous of you. Thank you to Why. I don't know if I thank Daniel Baguilor either. Thank you, Daniel Baguilor. I think I thanked Nick Barger before. Thank you, Nick. Sank says it's a dumb plan and leaking it makes it not happen sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I was talking before. Maybe somebody thinks it's a bad plan and wants to undermine it. Maybe somebody thinks that they're worried about a lack of U.S. support and they want to put it out there to try to pressure the U.S. to give support. I don't know. West says potential Kurdistan statehood. I don't know if the various countries would want that. Remember, the Kurdish people, I don't want to get all, we talked about this at length like 8 hours ago, but just to go over it really quickly, just very briefly, they are a people without a state who have, they're considered a nation without a state. A stateless nation. They are an ethnic group, about 30 to 45 million people. They are indigenous to Kurdistan, which is a region that includes parts of Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and northeastern Syria. The Kurds have struggled for independence. There is, once again, one alert. This keeps happening, where there's like one, just disappeared. There's like one alert. I don't know if it's going to be a rocket from Lebanon, and it's up there briefly, and it disappears. Who knows what today will bring? I have no idea what today will bring. I can't tell you. You never know what's going to happen. One moment here. So I was just checking some of the things people have been sending me. Get a lot of messages during the broadcast. Appreciate people sending in news tips and links and everything and comments. For those who are wondering about the race, the Democratic Senate race, 74% of the vote in, Tallarico over Crockett by about 6%. Looks like there are some significant areas with pro-Crockett areas with a bunch of votes left outstanding. Again, Dave Wasserman, respected. I've seen a couple election analysts say they think that it's going to be Tallarico. Dave Wasserman actually called it for Tallarico. But this is not an election stream, but just wanted to update you. I think it's getting close. Guys, I think we're getting close. I don't really have much else to tell you at this point. I don't have, I mean, I'm sure there'll be more developments, but as of right now, by the way, thanks to JB from Texas and Baron Jonas Abe. Thanks, Baron, for the memberships. I think it might be time for me to eat something and for us to wrap up this edition of the coverage. I mean, if something big happens in a half an hour, I can do another stream. But we've been on for a while today. I think it might be time. But I'll be keeping an eye on things. All right, so I really appreciate everybody being here for the stream again. Thank you so much for watching. And we're going to have more coverage for you as things develop. I don't know where this is all going. As I told one of the viewers, I have no idea where this is going. But if you want, subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. I'd suggest you turn on our notifications, because I never know when we're going live and when stuff's going to happen. But if you turn on our notifications, you will get a notification whenever we go live, before we go live, and it's free. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can find a link to sign up to the notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, but sign up for the notifications. And you can follow me on X @Lookner for breaking news coverage. I'll post the link in the chat. I post about breaking news when we're not on the air on my X account. Danny Morales, that's really nice of you, Danny. Wow. Hey, thanks, Danny Morales, for your support. That's really kind of you, Danny Morales 319. Wow. Thank you. Thanks for being so supportive, everybody. I mean, that's what allows the channel to exist, allows me to buy news footage, and people are really being generous supporting the channel. That's really nice of you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. By the way, did I thank everybody? I hope I did. I'll check. Thanks, Solvable C. Yeah, we mentioned that a few times, Solvable C. You know, I was going to check on that, but Solvable C says U.S. forces just started operations in Ecuador. Yeah, I don't... Again, I got to get more perspective on it, but that was a joint operation. It wasn't the U.S. forces going into Ecuador on their own and blowing stuff up. It was U.S. forces conducting some sort of joint narcotics-related operation in Ecuador, which we mentioned earlier. Thank you, Solvable C. So I don't have so much perspective on what this is all about. But it was done with Ecuadorian forces. I just don't have the background to know how big a deal that is. Like, does that kind of thing happen all the time? So I'll have to try to do some more research on that and get some perspective on it. Oh, ABC News says now ABC News says this. This is interesting. ABC News says it's the first time the U.S. military has worked in a land operation as part of the Trump administration's fight against Latin American drug cartels. Oh. But have they worked in past years in land operations? That I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what else ABC News said? I gotta turn off that volume. You know what else ABC News said? ABC News said the U.S. military played a role in planning the joint mission and they provided planning, intelligence, and operational support and preparation.
Welcome back. Some of the other headlines we're
following. Oh my gosh. But U.S. forces did not participate.
After an apparent...
it was like an autoplay thing. U.S. forces did not participate in the actual ground or airlift operation. Okay? It's kind of confusing because on the Southern Command Post, it shows this video of the helicopter taking off. Hang on. Helicopters and stuff going on. Anyways, ABC News reports, I hadn't seen that before. ABC News says that The American forces did not participate in the actual ground and airlift operation, which was carried out by Ecuadorian forces, the source said. All right, so again, as I said, I don't really have a good perspective on that whole thing, so I'll have to wait until more comes out about it. I'm not drawing big conclusions from it yet. Hey, thanks so much to Solvable C, also WNC NGHM. Love Faisal Me, I'll have to admit I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But thanks Love Faisal Me and Lawrence Barr. 8214, thank you. Up scrolled, I'll have to look into it. Too many platforms. But thank you. Love Faisal Me. Hey, shout out to our moderators. Unbelievable. They are awesome. They are amazing. They're always keeping the chat under control and respectful. Thank you. Ruth has been there so long tonight. Thank you, Ruth. I really appreciate it. Over there on YouTube. Wow. And our Twitch mods too. Wow. Bastion Girl, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly Dev. By the way, just pointing out again, for viewers on X, I have banned a couple people, but I believe the way X works is that the ban only starts working after the current stream. So, I have been watching. Thank you to all of our X mods again, all of our YouTube mods. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, thanks for modding on X. And Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Kay Larry Body, Tina Niazi, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook. Thank you so much for moderating over there. You know, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers on Discord. Our Discord chat, it's free. Check out our Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check it out. The chat. And what else was I going to mention? Oh, thanks to our Discord mods who mod over on Discord. Thank you. Hey, also, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always give you a heads up when we're going live in advance over on X at Agenda Free TV. I post updates about the channel there. Follow on X if you're on X. And if you're watching on YouTube, turn on the YouTube notifications. I'd recommend that. To turn on the YouTube notifications, here's what you need to do. You need to subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. Subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you've already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Okay. And hey, I want to thank some people here. I want to thank our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there. People like Christy Claft, Susan Priest Buchner, Jean Schellinger, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Louisa Knight, Robert Rial II. All of our subscribers on Facebook, thanks so much for subscribing there and supporting the channel. Our Twitch subscribers. Oh, by the way, thanks to X Ice Cold 1, who gave out 5 subscriptions. Wow, that's really nice of you, X Ice Cold 1. Thank you. Also, Nereus on Twitch. Thanks, Nereus, for the bits. And thanks to all of our subscribers there, like CC and Nereus. All of our new subscribers. Water That Water. Away. F. Far, M Keyboard, MS Hammer Time, Lenfu, Sugar Bear 79, Tuck Fexus, Wall Street Shaggy, Amalian, CC, all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you. Seed Music. And our YouTube members. Oh, thanks Chi-Town Deke for the bits. Thanks Chi-Town Deke. Our YouTube members. Shout out to you, Val Cargo, Renewed Girl, Renewed Girl, Lolly Lollipop, Tanks a Lot, Cack, Danielle Klingenberg, Harper Ann, New Creations, Marty Hagwood. Thanks for your support, Marty. Ryan, JB from Texas, Cheryl M. Lynn, Jewsbo Jangles, CAC 813. Uh-oh. Something happening in Beirut? What's happening on the Beirut cam? Oh, they're just showing a plane on the Beirut cam. Hey, look, it's a plane on the Beirut cam. Sometimes they show the plane, because the airport's right near, is right in the city there. They're showing a plane on the Beirut cam. Red Girl, thanks for being a member. Echoing Echo, Songbird the First, Taste Vim, Patricia Grace, Mason D, CAC, CC, 84, Dodger Blue to You, Least Trustworthy Weasel, thanks for being members. Guy Fox, KM 051206, Jisbo Jangles, Gary Baines, all of our other viewers, Darian Gales. I really need to eat something. That's what I have to do. I must eat something. But I will be keeping an eye on things. If there's huge developments, we can do another stream. Mehukati, Marty 2003, Samuel Hayden, thank you. Hamza Malik, thanks for watching. Bethany Lynn, Darren Shallow, Rosemary Gunning Silvestra, Sarzona Lynn, Mary McDonald, Brian Davio, Michael Ramirez, Vonnie Darling, Terry Gonda, Kelly Reed Lacefield, Jonathan Paul, all of our ex-viewers except for the ones who were acting naughty. Ellie, Us Rights and Freedoms, thank you. Don Coe. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, I must eat. Political on X. Desolate Misanthrope, thanks for watching. TV's Frankenfurter. Jay Stubbles. Vroom Cars. All right, I got to do one last check, make sure there's nothing urgent at the moment. But we'll see what happens. Thanks, Hotfix. Thank you, Hotfix. Yeah, I mean, several people have said, hey, there's planes over Israel heading for Iran. This has happened a lot. The same thing can happen earlier tonight, and the same thing happened last night. My guess is that it's like tankers that are going to refuel planes that are attacking Iran. But that's not a new thing. So just be aware that it has happened before. Okay. I think it's time. I think it's time for this stream. We even got one missile alert where they didn't cut the cameras. It was incredible. We'll see what happens. I'm doing one last check here just to make sure there's nothing urgent. All right, I'm going to try to eat something. That is my goal. We'll have more coverage of this. You know we'll have more coverage of this and other big news. That is it right now. Again, I really appreciate you guys watching. Thanks again to our mods, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.